economic relief to Angelenos. But for some residents, the help they need isn't coming fast enough.
Here today because now we are on day 30 of a rent strike. We started our rent strike on April 1st. We've seen a severe loss in jobs, and so people are having to choose to pay food over rent just for basic survival. We don't need a 12-month repayment plan. It's great that we have postponement of evictions, but eventually we're still obligated for that rent, and we're not going to be able to pay it. We can't go back to work. If we get our jobs back, it may not be full-time. How are we going to pay our regular rents plus our back rent? We need rent cancellation, and we need it now.
Ahorita no tenemos para la renta, ¿verdad? Entonces nosotros lo que queremos es que los dueños se toquen el corazón, que ellos tienen dinero ahorita, ellos pueden esperarnos a nosotros, pero nosotros no tenemos dinero. Como si usted va a mi casa está vacía, yo no tengo comida, mi niña me pide comida y yo no tengo ahorita. Cuando se levante toda esta situación, no sabemos si vamos a tener trabajo todavía. Entonces, no queremos que se nos quede una deuda atrasada, que si ahorita es difícil pagar una renta, ¿cómo vamos a pagar en mensualidades o en pequeñas cuotas la cantidad que vamos a deber en este momento?
I think we all know someone that's struggling right now, so even if it's not affecting you directly, you have family, you have friends, you have neighbors that are being impacted by this, and if you want to stand with them, you want to support them, this is one way that you can do it, and it's something that we can all do. Stand with people who can't pay their rent, because those people are the ones that need our support right now.
Recently, Mayor Garcetti announced that free COVID-19 testing would be available to anyone who wanted one, whether they had symptoms or not. We visited a testing site that has been in Boyle Heights for weeks. Their mission? To make sure no community is forgotten.
One of the areas, especially the area that we're here in around Pennsylvania, near the Mariachi Plaza, is one of the most underserved areas for testing. Here in the LA County, we're having evaluation centers where you can actually come and be tested and have an evaluation from a medical doctor or facilitator. That way your questions will be answered, plus you will be tested, and we are here to help the community.
So a lot of our community didn't realize that Ultimate was here and we're available for the services for them. We've been giving them free care when they're here. We're also giving them information that's vital for them for their care in the future, not just for today.
AT&T's connectivity right now is considered essential with our mobile phones, our Wi-Fi, our TV services, and we're servicing customers like the people that are here today. So it's important that AT&T offers solutions to companies like Ultimed, but also that we're here in the community. We're here in the community helping people that need help today. All these tests have to be sent through Wi-Fi to the testing. That's being done because of the mobile unit that we provide the connectivity for this particular location.
In general, this area that we're serving right now has been very, very hard hit by the coronavirus 19 in the economical part of it and the medical part of it. And one of the important things to reopen the economy, to reopen the services, to make sure that the community is getting the health services that they need, is we need testing and evaluation. And that's why here with Ultimed, we're doing that.
We'll ask them questions, we evaluate them through the doctor and then give them a COVID test. It usually takes 5 business days for the results.
We're here for you. We care about the community. We care about everybody here. We want everybody to be safe.
Take one fun-loving music teacher, add in some great acoustic tunes, sprinkle in some good social distancing practices, and voila, you've got yourself a Saturday night porch concert.
It's frustrating being on quarantine, and especially if you're a musician and your life is performing, and we don't have many opportunities to perform now, or hardly any. So so many people are out on their porches, and what we've also done is I have limited personnel that I can use in a band. So my 13-year-old daughter is playing with me, and she's gotten really good because this is her 4th gig. She plays a gig every Saturday now. Amazing people have come from Laurel Canyon, and this is just a continuation of that. where everybody who has a musical gift comes out on the porch at 7 o'clock on Saturdays.
The fact that now with the lockdown, it's an opportunity for him to play for people and give them something to appreciate at the weekend. It's really hard when you can't listen to live music, and the fact that we have this extraordinary situation where we have all these neighbours who are musicians.
It's quite an experience, you know, because it's all of your friends right outside next to you.
To be honest, it's the highlight of the entire week. I mean, all we do is go to the grocery store, walk the dog. So coming here just feels like a party. It feels like old times.
I mean, it's been wonderful. It's been so great. And, you know, everybody's being safe. Everyone has their mask.
We're all dying to play, and this is a way to do it in a safe way. And I think that the Canyon is all about being together. And since we have to be apart, we're trying to be together but still being apart.
The Safer at Home order has afforded most of us the time to finally get to the book we've been meaning to read. But many Angelinos don't have a couch to curl up on, much less a good book to dive into. But fear not, because the LA Public Library is coming to the rescue.
So the Los Angeles Public Library unfortunately had to close like most other institutions in the city. So the Street Fleet program, which is our van right behind me there, we have a fleet of 3 Street Fleet vans that are going to cover the city of LA. And these vans are designed to bring the library to people.
We have some shelters, some COVID shelters. They have people that would like to read. We're bringing the library to them. We're bringing them books so that they can have something to read while they're in quarantine.
So these are shelters that were not in existence prior to the pandemic that are housing unhoused residents of LA during the COVID-19 pandemic. We cannot check out books the library is going to take back at this time. So any books that we are giving out are for the residents to keep.
They're books that we've had on our shelves that we have weeded out. They've been replaced by other books, and we're donating them.
This van here, this green one, is going to cover the downtown area, Northeast LA, and the Hollywood region.
The orange van, which is a pumpkin orange, it'll be in the San Fernando Valley, east and west. And then we have another team that will be in the magenta van, and they're going to be in the central southern. It's changing the face of the way that not just the LAPL does business, but libraries across the world are going to do business. We're going to have to look at more digital content and more of the way that we want to reach people, because we are not, you know, people laugh at me because I say we are no longer just the house of books. We are technology driven too. And I think that that's part of what this is doing, is it's bringing it to the forefront.
The library is also providing other services from the librarians who are staying at home. So you'll see children's librarians providing online story times, adult librarians providing online programs as well.
Hi everyone, welcome to Mini Digital Storytime, Day 6.
Hello everyone, hopefully you can hear me. I am today going to show you how to access our e-media with your phones.
The library is continuing to try to engage with the community so that they know that we're still here for them.
We're the Street Fleet. Look for the vans. We're going to be out. If you see us, wave, take our picture, hashtag us, put it on social media. We can't wait to be a part of everything.
The greatest challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic are twofold: how to mobilize resources and services, and then get them to the people who need them the most. Well, there's one city agency that has long been regarded as expert on the subject: the Los Angeles Fire Department.
I'm extremely proud of the Los Angeles City Fire Department's flexibility and dedication to our mission to save lives during this COVID-19 pandemic. Navigating our new normal while keeping the public and our firefighters safe are the reasons why we continue to adjust our operational policies and procedures. It's been a long journey, with the coronavirus pandemic accelerating its implementation. So I'm very pleased to say that we launched our telemedicine program this week.
I'm looking at you. Your skin color looks real great.
It's innovative and timely,
The LAFD Telemedicine Program, or LTP, connects 911 callers with specifically trained emergency physicians and EMS advanced providers at Metropolitan Fire Communications, or MFC. LTP's goals are to decrease the exposure of the department's firefighters and paramedics to potentially infected patients, decrease the exposure of healthcare professionals to additional COVID-19 patients, lower emergency room overcrowding, decrease the number of ambulances dispatched to non-emergency patients who can safely treat themselves, and enable highly trained healthcare professionals to evaluate patients via smartphones in their homes. Thanks to the Mayor's Innovation Fund, the telemedicine program has evolved to provide an additional layer of response to protect all involved.
The COVID-19 pandemic is really the catalyst to implement this program to allow us to provide expert medical treatment and advice through specially trained physicians and advanced providers to patients in their home and minimize the need for ambulance dispatch and transport to the emergency department for low acuity patients.
Okay, sir, and what is the address of the emergency?
Here's how the telemedicine program works. After a call is received, an LAFD dispatcher will ask a series of questions to determine if the patient is low acuity, non-urgent, and if the caller qualifies for telemedicine.
Please stay on the phone, sir. I'm going to transfer you to our fire department advanced provider.
When a caller meets the criteria, the dispatcher transfers them to a telemedicine provider or TP.
And are you taking any medications right now?
If the TP decides to proceed virtually, he or she will send a link to the caller's smartphone.
We're connecting via telemedicine to see if we can, figure out what we can do for you.
After a thorough evaluation, the TP either will provide self-treatment advice or send an ALS or BLS resource if it turns out the patient does need to be seen in an emergency room.
Can I have you take a deep breath and then count to 30 as fast as you can in that single breath?
If the LAFD transport isn't necessary, the TP can dispatch a taxi prepaid by the city to take the patient to a local health clinic. For example, through telemedicine, the TP can handle a simple skin rash complaint instead of dispatching an ambulance to transport to an ER, putting LAFD members and the patient at risk of infectious diseases like coronavirus.
I have no doubt that the telemedicine program will continue to exist long after we get through this pandemic and far, far into the future.
We'll be taking a look at more ways the fire department keeps Los Angeles moving forward, safely and swiftly in the coming weeks. Enjoy the Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra at home. Volunteers with sewing skills wanted. And former First Lady Michelle Obama brings story time to Mondays. All this next on Virtual Things to Do. The So Helpful Brigade is seeking to create 30,000 cloth face masks for frontline healthcare workers in Los Angeles, and they are calling for additional volunteers to help in the effort. The group, formed by 5 professional local women, is working with retailers and donors, such as Joann's Fabric, Michael's Stores, and Raw Artists, Inc. According to the group, it has already been able to provide cloth masks to Children's Hospital Los Angeles, Totally Kids, the Long Beach Medical Center, and other healthcare facilities in Los Angeles. Hand-sewn cloth masks preserve medical-grade mask lifespans. To get involved, contact Anna at sohelpfulteam@gmail.com. Check out the Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra's massive musical offering with LA Chamber Orchestra at Home. LACO allows people everywhere to engage and listen to spellbinding performances with America's finest chamber orchestra. No subscription, sign-up, or payment required. It is easier than ever by exploring their easily navigated website. All broadcasts can be live-streamed at laco.org/broadcasts or streamed on demand at laco.org/on-demand. Check out classes, performances, and more with Meet the Music on Demand. Visit laco.org. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is on board for a special collaboration. In support of Penguin Random House Literacy Initiative, Read Together, Be Together, and PBS Kids Read Along effort, the former First Lady will launch Mondays with Michelle Obama. The initiative is a 4-week series of videos that will feature Mrs. Obama reading aloud from beloved children's books, one book every Monday through May 11th. Mondays with Michelle Obama will be live streamed simultaneously on PBS Kids' Facebook page and YouTube channel, and on Penguin Random House's Facebook page. Mondays with Michelle Obama begins April 20th. For more information, visit pbs.org. And that's a look at some virtual things to do. With temperatures rising, our pals at LA Animal Services have some tips to help keep pets cool. Never leave your pet alone in a vehicle. Give your pet extra water. Avoid hot surfaces. Don't leave your pet outdoors for a long time. And know the signs of overheating. For more information, visit laanimalservices.com. That's it for this edition. I'm Maria Hall Brown. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, May 6th. I'm Nuri Martinez, the President of the City Council. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Blumenfield.
Language, how to instruct. The whole goal is to help mom and pops, not
Thank
Starbucks
you.
and pets.
Councilmember Bonin.
Language that
Bonin
covers
here.
us to instruct the city attorney to draft an ordinance that covers us.
Members, can you please mute yourselves?
Then
We
give
can
me a
hear
five-
all the
then
feedback.
give me a-
Thank you. Let's try that one more time. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. From the beginning, Mr. Blumenfield.
How can we not clarify it? We've done it for every.
She does. That's too bad.
Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, present.
Cedillo.
Here.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, present.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
Present.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Vice President.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
15 members, Madam President, and a quorum.
Okay, first order of business.
Approval of the minutes of May 5th, 2020.
Mr. Weston moves and Mr. Buscaino seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Price moves and Mr. Harris Dawson seconds. Next.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
And without objection, that will be the order. What's next?
Items 1 through 18 are items for which public hearings have not been held. For the record, community impact statements have been submitted for item 13 from the Del Rey Neighborhood Council, the Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, and the Central San Pedro Neighborhood Council. Additionally, for item 9, the Los Feliz Neighborhood Council has submitted a community impact statement. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objections, those items are now before us. Members, if you have any specials on any of the items this morning or wish to introduce an amending motion, can you please raise your hand so we can call on you? Your virtual hand. Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a friendly amendment for item 12. Should I read it now, or do you want to wait?
Yeah, no, go ahead and read it now on item number 12. Go ahead.
Yes, friendly amendment. I'd like to request that LASA include in their report to council a list of all hotels in the city that have been targeted for Project Broomkey and are not participating in the program, including an exemption as to why, including an explanation as to why they are not participating, as well as an analysis of additional rooms needed by service planning area.
I'll second that or accept it as friendly.
So Mr. Bonin seconds Mr. Price's amending motion. So is that all, Mr. Price?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to call 12 special for discussion, so Mr. Price has done that. I also have an amendment for item number 13. Would you like me to read it now?
Sure, let me hold on for just a second. So you still want me to, I'm holding 12 for an amending motion. Did you want discussion on that as well?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and read your amending motion for item number 13.
I move that the matter of the motion relative to allowing the rollover of the neighborhood council funds and expediting NC teleconference meetings and NC COVID-19 related grant processing, item number 13 on today's agenda, be amended to instruct the city clerk, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, to recognize and facilitate any actions properly taken by neighborhood councils during telephonically conducted meetings between March 30, 2020 and May 5, 2020 that are consistent with the governor's executive order N2920 and consistent with the city attorney's March 29, 2020 guidance regarding neighborhood council compliance with the Brown Act during the pandemic.
All right, thank you. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on.
A seconder for that motion?
I'll go ahead and second it for Mr. Bonin.
Oh, and Madam President,
I don't know, my Councilmember Bonin and myself were co-authors. We can't accept it as a friendly, right? I don't know if we can.
Yes, you can.
Oh, can we accept it as a friendly then?
Go ahead.
I mean, I would like to accept it as a friendly motion.
Very well.
I mean, amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Ru. Let's move on to Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. For item 4, I'd like to add an amendment to instruct EWDD to work with LASA, the Department of Aging, the Mayor's Office, and any other city departments with RFPs, RFQs, or RFIs that are open for food service contracts with local restaurants to prepare a training for Business Source Center staff so they can offer technical assistance to any small local restaurants seeking to apply. And then I'd also like to hold it for discussion.
Is there a second on Ms. Rodriguez's
Second.
motion? Seconded by Mr. Krikorian.
And then I also have on item number 9, like to also add an amendment to move that the council action be amended to include an instruction to the city attorney to prepare and present a draft ordinance that would enact a 1-year gross receipts tax holiday for full service and limited service restaurants for the 2020 tax year, exempting corporate and franchise owned restaurants.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, who was that? Who seconded?
Second. Bonin, Ru,
I
and
did.
O'Farrell.
And Bloomfield.
Third.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell seconds.
And
Ms.
if I could,
Rodriguez's
and if I
motion.
could also hold it for discussion, please.
Okay,
Thank
very
you,
well.
Madam President.
Any other items?
That's it.
Okay, let's move on to Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to call items 5, 6, and 7 special. And in relation to item 5, I would like to move that we approve the CLA report along with the revised attached resolution.
Okay, I second that.
Thank you. Yeah.
What's the next? Do you have any amending motions on 6 or 7? Or you just want those for discussion?
No any motions. I was just going to say I will elaborate on the details of agenda item 5, but wanted to read into the record the amendment to approve with the revised attached resolution.
Okay, very well. Any others?
No.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. So on number 11, I have an amendment to that. That's my motion about streamlining the certain processes. It's fairly simple. We did not mean to trigger any sort of Brown Act group. It's meant to be a more casual group of city family discussing the issue and then presenting it to council for discussion. So the amendment would read, the moving clauses would be changed to read. It's a substitute motion. There's some preamble I can send to you, but the moving clauses, I therefore move that the Economic and Workforce Development Department be instructed to develop recommendations for low cost or no cost changes to streamline city processes for various departmental approvals that city requires for food and beverage businesses to be allowed to operate or modify their operations, and to consult with food and beverage industry representatives, Small Business Commission, and appropriate city departments in developing those recommendations. That the Department of Building and Safety, the Department of City Planning, Bureau of Street Services, and the Fire Department be instructed to cooperate with EWDD in this effort, and that the Department of Water and Power and Los Angeles County Department of Public Health be requested to cooperate with EWDD in this effort. And I further move that EWDD be instructed to report back to council within 45 days with their recommendations for the city to change the city processes.
I'll second that.
Okay, who seconded it first? Mr. Price did, okay. Mr. Price seconds Mr. Blumenfield's amending motion, item number 11. Any others, Mr. Blumenfield?
Age before beauty.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Blumenfield, are there any others?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Koretz?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to call number 16 special, and I also have an amending motion to it. And the reason for that is when we last discussed this item when it was introduced, there seemed to be clearly a desire for significant staff analysis. I thought that was directed, but we did not really come back with a real staff report on which to base a vote on this item. So for greater clarity, I'd like to move that the council direct the chief legislative analyst to work with our emergency management department, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, and the city attorney, and report back on the following. 1, the Centers for Disease Control COVID-19 guidelines for wearing masks in public. 2, existing ordinances in other cities, counties, states, and countries requiring the wearing of masks in public and their health justifications for doing so, including San Diego County, Massachusetts, and Laredo, Texas. And 3, possible options for enforcement.
Are the end? Miss, 2 seconds. That Ms. Rodriguez, was that you?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Bloomfield seconds Mr. Koretz's amending motion. Mr. Koretz, is that the only item?
That is my only item.
All right, thank you. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Number 13 has already been called special by Mr. Bonin, but I would also like to offer an amendment to delete recommendation 1 and to approve as amended.
Okay, go ahead and second that. Any other items, Mr. Krikorian?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to, I don't know specifically the amendment. There's on item number 1, there's a question I have for the city attorney that might result in an amendment. So if I can ask that for discussion. And item number 3, if I can ask that we continue this item for 1 week since this report came out on Monday to allow us to get maybe a report back from to see what an HCID-led enforcement would look like.
And a second?
Okay, no second, so we're going to go ahead and pull item number 1 for discussion for Mr. Lee. Okay, is that Mr. Koretz? Do you have another item?
Yes, I inadvertently missed one other thing in my amending motion that I just read in. That staff return within a week with their staff report.
Okay, this is regarding item 16, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, members, if there are no more specials or amending motions, I'm going to request that your staff transmit your amendments to the clerks as soon as possible via email. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and move on to public comment. Would you please read out the call-in information that was provided on today's agenda, please?
Thank you, Madam President. As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 459-499-150 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Let me repeat. Call area code 669-900-6833 and use meeting ID number 459-499-150 and then press pound. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, would you please explain our speaking rules to the members of the public?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and if you wish, 1 minute for general public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one brief warning from me or the President. If you do not immediately and clearly get back on topic or again stray off topic, the President will cut you off and you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time and we'll move on to the next speaker. We will take 60 minutes total of public comment. Finally, for members of the public who are calling in to speak, if you're also listening to the council meeting on your computer or on a speakerphone, as soon as you hear somebody on the telephone you're dialing in on, please turn down the volume on your other devices. There's a time delay between the two, and it'll cause a lot of confusion if you're listening on your computer or on the television and not via the telephone you're dialing in on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and open our public comment and take the first speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Albert Farias, item number 20-0416.
You have 1 minute to speak on item number 20. I'm sorry, that's not...
Hello. Item 13.
You meant item 13. Go ahead.
Start now.
Yeah, you can go ahead and start. You can speak on item 13.
Okay. Only item 13, 20-0416.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name's Albert Farias, and I'm the chair of the Voices Neighborhood Council, an assistant professor at the Keck School of Medicine at USC and a resident of South LA. It is clear that minority populations are most impacted by higher rates of incidence and mortality from COVID-19 in the city of LA. I understand that as a city, we're facing unprecedented times and will need to make budget cuts. However, the neighborhood council system is the closest form of government to stakeholders, and we know the unique needs of our neighbors. If the unspent NC funds are put back into the general fund, they will be redirected and taken away from communities most impacted by COVID-19. The neighborhood councils have our pulse on the needs of our neighbors, and with the rollover funds, we'll be able to grant additional neighborhood purpose grants to nonprofits to give back directly to our neighbors. I urge the city council to pass the motion to permit NCs to carry over funds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name's Luz Nunez, and I would like to speak on item 13, file 20-0416.
Okay, you have 1 minute to speak on item 13. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Luz Nunez. I'm with the Zapata King Neighborhood Council of CD9, and I'm also an active participant of the Watts Neighborhood Council of CD15. I'm calling to ensure that you all support the motion to transfer all of the remaining neighborhood council funds into the next fiscal year. In addition, to support Dunn in ensuring that all of our NPDs that might be submitted for the May meeting to be approved, these NPDs will be in correlation to any COVID-19 related services and programs. And last, to ensure that Dunn is supported to increase the emergency funds. If this does happen again, it is evident that Dunn was not prepared to have a 1,000 to 5,000 emergency funds. It did not suffice for our neighborhood council, and we hope that you all support an increase of emergency funds if something like this happens again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello. Hi, this is Elise Quinero speaking from Prime Residential. I'd like to speak on items 1 through 3.
You want to speak on items 1 through 3? You have 3 minutes to speak on those 3 items. Go ahead.
Sure. Starting with items 2 and 3, we have grave concerns about a private right of action to enforce the tenant protection ordinance. We don't think that a private right of action is going to serve the council's goal of providing immediate relief for tenants who are in danger of losing their homes. And we think the impact of such an enforcement mechanism is going to be greatly negative, and ask for a delay of this vote because we think there's more time needed to evaluate alternatives. We think all a private right of action is going to do is create an industry for class action lawsuits, And those type of lawsuits provide, little relief for class members, and it's far, far down the line. Really the constituency that's going to benefit from a private right of action is going to be, those who are pursuing those lawsuits and seeking attorney's fees, which come in great sums. But again, those are not going to help the tenants that are in need. And so we, again, would at minimum push for a delay of this item in terms of voting on it, and do think that currently the HCID enforcement mechanism whereby tenants can file complaints with HCID is a fine enforcement mechanism and can be bolstered with the addition of penalties, which the city attorney has already envisioned in their draft ordinance. And think that a regime of penalties plus investigation by HCID is the way to go. A private action is only going to create a further chasm between landlords and tenants, and inhibit really landlords' abilities to help tenants. We are currently implementing a rent discount program for tenants, and that is going to be greatly hindered if we're spending money defending against class action lawsuits. So again, for item 2 on the private right of action, we implore the council at minimum for a delay of this vote so we can explore viable alternatives for this and have a meaningful discussion about those alternatives and the impact on the industry. On item number 1, we ask a modification of this ordinance. As drafted, it asks for a freeze on rental increases across the board without targeting those who are affected by COVID-19. We think to be consistent with the eviction moratorium, it should be tailored to those affected by COVID-19 in order to survive legal scrutiny, consistent with the concerns that the city attorney expressed at the council meeting 2 weeks ago. An ordinance that is not tailored to COVID-19 does exceed the city's police powers. And as written, it does violate the state and federal constitutions because no necessity is shown under a takings analysis for why those who are not affected by COVID-19 should.
Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Madam President, my name is Rachel Rose Lucky. I'm the president of the Rampart Village Neighborhood Council. The city clerk did not mention for item 13 that the Rampart Village Neighborhood Council has submitted a CIS on this, and I would like the 5 minutes afforded me for comment because we did submit a CIS.
Give me just a second, sir.
Madam President, my name is Rachel Rose Lucky. I'm the first transgender president of a neighborhood council.
Sir,
please call me ma'am.
Hold on for just a second. We're trying to get clarification. Give me just a second, sir. Yeah, you've submitted.
Please call me ma'am. I'm a transgender female.
Can you remind me what neighborhood council you're with? We're searching for your impact statement.
Rampart Village Neighborhood Council.
Okay, got it. Okay, you have 5 minutes. You can start.
Okay,
now.
thank you. And Madam President, please call me ma'am. I am a transgender female.
Very well, thank you. You can begin.
Thank you. Yeah, the Rampart Village Neighborhood Council is in support of the motion item 13. What I would like to do is read off some of the things that some of the neighborhood councils have already been able to do and some things that are planned. The rollover of funds would greatly enable the continuation of such laudable work. The Delray Neighborhood Council has bought medical supplies for a senior care facility. They bought food and supplies for local food banks, supplies for mask making projects. they put in the normal budget is not in emergency guidelines, communication expenditures like Zoom, so that we could hold meetings. The Encino Neighborhood Council has planned masks for hospitals. They have planned meals for those in need. Wilshire Koreatown, Center Koreatown Neighborhood Council. World Harvest Food Bank, they gave some money to them. Money for gloves and masks. They're planning to more funding for World Harvest Food Bank. Neighborhood Council Valley Village, all stakeholder mailing. I'm not sure what that item means. Support for homeless shelter. For the Rampart Village Neighborhood Council, we passed a motion the night before last, as well as during the lockdown on April the 14th, which invalidated our BACs for a pop-up food bank. We were planning to do 8 weeks, one day a week, giving food to people who need it. We have other things that we're looking at doing. The Echo Park Neighborhood Council, they've spent money on hand sanitizer dispenser for a church with that does a weekly mobile shower and homeless service. They spent money on hygiene kits and food-to-go meals for same place. They spent $500 on entertainment. I mean, we got to keep the morale up. I think that's money well spent. They bought coffee-making equipment and supplies. They bought extension cords for charging phones for the homeless people that were there. Arts District Little Tokyo, they spent $1,500 funding to organization providing CSA boxes to seniors, $3,500 for program for small business and fired employee support. Eagle Rock has spent money for food, water, hand sanitizer for unhoused neighbors. Northridge West, they're planning support for local rec center that will be a homeless shelter. Central Hollywood Neighborhood Council, they're planning to funding for Project Angel Food. Los Filos, web hosting and printing. Palms Neighborhood Council, they're planning hygiene kits for Cheviot Hills Rec Center, which is going to be a homeless shelter. They're planning funding for Crash Space, a startup in Palms that is 3D printing PPE. Let's see, World Harvest Food Bank they're going to give to. St. Elmo Village, grant to fund garb and go art supplies for students in our community. They've spent money on new Los Angeles Charter Middle School. New LA is currently feeding 100 students per day. We are partnering on a grant to supplement the work New LA is already doing. They've spent money on mentors, new temporary supportive housing project in our community, purchased hygiene items, soap, razors, adult diapers, pads, toothpaste, laundry detergent, to welcome and support formerly homeless individuals transitioning to supportive housing. They've spent money on homeless hygiene kits, donated 90 hygiene kits to World Harvest and over 200 to CD10 to distribute to homeless and needy individuals that promote good hygiene during COVID-19. They spent money on funding for Pan Pacific Park Rec Center homeless shelter, $300 worth of towels for Westwood Rec Center homeless shelter. I hope that Councilman Kokorian has heard every word that I have just spoken. The need to roll these funds over is paramount. We are doing exceptional work, boots on the ground.
Thank you very
much. We need our money. The Rampart Village Neighborhood Council currently sits on $25,000. We need that money rolled over. We have not been able to meet. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you very much. Can we go on to the next speaker?
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Speak on all items. General public comment.
So you have 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm also transgender. Now, we get to Item number 1, rent stabilization. No more rent increases. I support that. Fuck all landlords in the asshole. Number 2, the protections for tenants suing landlord. Thank you, Gilbert D. Sedillo Jr. and the Mr. Weezer. Now we will bankrupt all of you landlords that have donated and paid to play with the city. Revenge of the Tenants 2020. Very good. Let's get to Blob Bleebenbleel on number 18. 150,000 for rental.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
David Potter, items 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello?
Do you have 3 minutes to speak on each item? Go ahead. I'm sorry, 1 minute
Hi,
per
I'm a
item,
small
3
property
minutes.
manager in San Pedro, and I urge you guys to vote no on agenda items 2 and 3. The most... Okay.
Speaker, please turn down the volume on the other device you're listening to the meeting on.
Okay. The most important thing I have to say regarding the housing in Los Angeles is simple. We need more housing in Los Angeles City. Currently, the city of Los Angeles is doing an amazing job at driving away future and new housing and potential developments. In 6 short weeks, the city has attempted to pass and has passed ordinances regarding rental units that would drive any rational developer or builder out of the city of Los Angeles. We need to be embracing new housing, not running about with obscure and crazy ordinances. Stop the eviction moratorium. Property owners are not in the eviction business. They are costly and they take time. But the city of Los Angeles is forcing many small business owners in this direction. The civil remedies are simply crazy and unfair, and awarding attorney fees is inappropriate. Regarding the added notice requirements they are onerous and unnecessary. Small business owners are not the administrative assistants of the City of Los Angeles Council. If you guys want the notices sent out, it should be done by the City of Los Angeles. Please stop having apartment owners carry the burden of poor city planning, overreaching government, personal property right exploitation, and restrictive zoning. It is time that the city and property owners work as a team, not as a divisive adversarial relationship. We can benefit the city as a whole and resolve the housing crisis together and make housing affordable for our community. Please put a stop to the nonsense and allow our property owners. Oh, that's another one. Okay, and then I want to talk about the rent freeze. Please do not freeze rents for 1 year. A rent increase is not a viable option for small business owners. Over the last 42 years, the city of Los Angeles has allowed a measly 3% per year on rent controlled units. The Los Angeles City controls more or less DWP. All utility rates by DWP have increased at times by more than 3% per year. The Los Angeles City increased minimum wage 25% in 4 years by 2021. When wages increase, all associated taxes go up accordingly. Workman's comp, unemployment tax, Social Security tax, Medicare tax, federal income tax, these things we pay for all go up with landscaping, maintenance, painters. They cost owners a lot of money. Insurance costs have skyrocketed in the city of Los Angeles. LA County property tax can increase up to 2% per year, which is a substantial amount of money compared to the small increases we're allowed to do. Expensive LA City mandated earthquake retrofit. Many apartment owners are still struggling to pay for the LA City mandated earthquake retrofit costs.
Thank you very much. Next
The
speaker.
city of
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Stuart Waldman, President of Valley Industry and Commerce Association. I'd like to speak on items 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 12, 17, and 16.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for all your items. Do you want to speak? Do you want a minute for general public
All right.
comment as well?
Oh, sorry, and a minute and public comment. Thank you
Go ahead.
for reminding me. All right, let's see. First, Stuart Waldman, Valley Industry and Commerce Association, VICA. In terms of the private right of action for items 2 and 3, we asked for a delay. All this does is encourage litigation. It clogs up the courts. It costs lots of money, and it can be taken care of in an administrative manner. On items 5 and 9, we support independent restaurants. We agree in suspending gross receipts tax, but we would oppose exempting large corporate restaurants. We think that all restaurants create jobs, and we want to bring as many back as we possibly can. And suspending the gross receipts tax will be extremely helpful along those lines. On item 7, regarding the repeal of Costa-Hawkins, the voters spoke loud and clear recently that they oppose repealing Costa-Hawkins. All it does is raise costs for for housing and discourages any new housing being built. So we would oppose that as well. On items 12 and 17, in terms of Project Broomkey, we have great concerns, having talked to some of our hotel members on whether they would participate in Project Broomkey. There are a lot of our hotel members who actually have clients, who have people staying in their hotels. They have bookings for the summer. They have great concerns about intermingling homeless and regular guests. They have concerns about security. They have concerns about liability. Many of their concerns have not been answered by city departments on what would happen. There's a great concern on wear and tear. There are extreme costs, and there's a difference between someone staying in a hotel for short term and someone living there. So those need to be addressed before any of the hotels are shamed for not participating in Project Broomkey. As for item 16, this is a personal issue. I think people should wear masks, and let's keep everyone safe. In terms of general public comment, I'm extremely concerned towards the recovery. There have been so many issues that keep coming up at the City Council that promote litigation. And as Councilmember Paul Koret said, many of them will guarantee litigation. Litigation is not free for businesses. It costs them a lot of money to defend litigation, and it is generally free for the plaintiffs. Plaintiffs' attorneys work on contingency. They do not charge the person who brings a lawsuit. I want you all to please remember that the only thing that makes an employee is an employer. So please, let's make sure that we have businesses still in this city when the time comes for our recovery. And thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Item 13, Council File 20-0416. Good morning. My name is Jamie Rabb. I'm the Vice President of Voices Neighborhood Council, which is located in South LA within Council District 9. We had several events that would have reached several hundred stakeholders within our community but had to be canceled due to COVID-19. These events included a Vermont Square Library's annual spring event for students participating in their literacy program, planting 95 trees within Voices and Sea Boundaries in partnership with KYCC, and a community cleanup event to help promote My LA 311 in partnership with CD9 and John Muir Middle School. These events were created to engage our stakeholders, build pride, and promote social connections in our community, as well as lessen environmental impact and beautify our streets. I strongly urge the City Council to pass this motion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
On items 13.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Yep, Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on items 13, 17, 16, and general public comment.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for all your items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
For item 13, I think this is really important. There's been really little support during the COVID crisis from DUN. Being able to roll over the remaining budget with no penalty is essential. We shouldn't be forcing neighborhood councils to spend money in these next 2 months when they've had very little ability to engage their committees, the community, and that kind of input to justify the expenditures. Neighborhood councils are only just now getting back up and running, and this doesn't leave them nearly enough time to responsibly allocate those funds. For item 17, dealing with Project Broomkey, I think it's important to note the pace at which we're moving. Currently, there are 2,700 rooms under contract and only 1,582 rooms occupied. We're not going to hit this goal of 15,000. When it comes to commandeering these hotels, there's no question of our legal authority, but I think you're worried about more than legal liability, and you're worried about political liability. What kind of political retaliation you might feel. Looking at 2019, we saw a story from excellent reporting in the LA Times about unreported in-kind contributions from the Lux Hotel, and some of those people receiving those unreported contributions included our current and former council president, as well as a number of local elected officials. Clearly, there's a little bit more there as far as that relationship goes between our incumbent officials and hotels. For item 16, it deals with the mask. I think we need to heed what's going on in New York City and how their law enforcement is enforcing their mask requirements. I still have not heard any kind of response as far as addressing the rather shameful claims that, this would have no disparate impact on the homeless, as even the unhoused have rags that they could use. And ultimately, I think what we need to do is actually ensure that LAPD is explicitly required to wear masks. Moving on to my general public comment, I think.
Hold on for just a second. Let me just adjust the clock. Go ahead. You can start general public comment.
Yeah, I'd like to address the police brutality that happened, revealed yesterday in Boyle Heights, happened the week prior. If you believe the LAPD statement on this incident, despite the officer doling out repeated punches, the victim's face apparently injured the officer's hand. Beyond that questionable framing from LAPD, I think we need to address the fact that LAPD remains, they remain the untouchables in LA City Hall. Whatever you say about Black or White lives mattering or all lives mattering, blue lives matter most to you people. And you will never do the slightest thing to hold them accountable, even if it's simply speaking out on the record. I haven't heard a single one of you speak out about this incident that happened. And beyond the actual justice of the issue, keep in mind that over a 13-year period, we've paid out $900 million in legal settlements. 42% of them were for LAPD. $190 million alone went to cover LAPD misconduct.
Thank you, Mr. Kwame.
Corruption relating to individuals being falsely submitted in the gang databases going unmentioned.
All right. Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning. This is DCR Commissioner Mason. I'm here today as chair of the South Los Angeles Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, and I am commenting on item 13.
You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. The impact of COVID-19 on the mobility of neighborhood councils, you all have heard about it. It's been widely discussed. And our ability to serve our communities, it's been unprecedented, as is the impact of the crisis on communities of colors. The aftershocks of this will only deepen as we move into a recession. Neighborhood councils have provided meaningful services prior to and during this crisis. We just want to be able to provide fiscal support to the nonprofits who will provide wraparound services that a recession would necessitate. And we want to continue the great work that was interrupted. We'd like to do so with the full fiscal support of the City Council and of the city. To that end, I do respectfully request that item 13 be passed as amended. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Good morning. I'm Michael Shillstone with Central City Association. I'd like to comment on items 7 and 11.
You have 2 minutes to speak on both items. Go ahead.
First, on item 7, we'd like it to actually be heard in committee. We think it deserves more discussion, given that it is such a complicated issue. Regarding item number 11, we're very supportive of the motion to create a working group that will identify ways that the city can support the food and beverage industry in dealing with the fallout of COVID-19. Restaurants, bars, and markets are a major piece of our economy and a key source of jobs for many, including those just entering the workforce to entrepreneurs pioneering new concepts. They're also, of course, part of the cultural and social fabric that defines our communities and our city. This critical industry is weakened each day under necessary public health constraints, and we urge you to act quickly to assemble this working group to develop ways of providing relief now and a clear path of recovery in the months ahead. We believe there are helpful steps that can be taken now, like streamlining CUPs and other permits, and ideas for a positive future like allowing more sidewalk and street space to be used for dining. We're grateful to Councilmember Blumenfield for bringing this forward, and TCA and its members are committed to being productive partners on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
And a clear path of recovery
Hello?
in the months ahead.
Yes, please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Megan Briseño, items number 1, 2, 3, and public comment.
Okay, go ahead, and you have 3 minutes for all your items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President and honorable council members. My name is Megan Briseño. I am a small landlord in the city, and I'm calling to express my opposition to items number 1 and 2. And for public comment, during this pandemic, I have seen the mayor and our council express an outpouring of support for the city's many small businesses. But for housing providers, this has largely not been the case. We are carrying more than our fair share of the financial burden, with the city deferring missed rent payments for a full year after the crisis ends. There is no other industry being thrust into this impossible predicament. We are essentially the only small business industry that is being forced to continue to deliver full services without compensation. We do not qualify for SBA emergency loans, and many of us do not qualify for mortgage relief. I personally have a unit where a tenant has not paid rent since November. This is clearly non-COVID related, and she was previously evicted, but due to COVID-19, the sheriff lockout was put on hold indefinitely, and she is still occupying the unit completely rent-free. This has resulted in thousands of dollars in losses, and we have no end in sight. Nearly each week, this council comes back with new protections for tenants, but nothing for landlords. I feel our plight has been largely overlooked by this council. We are not faceless corporations. We are individuals and small businesses. I urge you to please carefully consider the ramifications, nuances, and fairness of these type of measures. In regards to item number 1, many landlords have units that are rented far under market levels. Our rent increases are already highly regulated under RSO. We depend on our small once a year 3 to 4% increases. I have a unit paying $624 a month for a 2-bedroom. Their last increase was $24 per month. These increases do not make us rich. In fact, they often fall short of the actual yearly increases we face in operating costs. In the last 2 months, I have seen a huge increase in utility and repair costs due to the fact that so many people are understandably spending all day and night at home. I understand the need to forego increases during the pandemic, but extending the freeze on rent increases indefinitely without regard to whether a tenant is financially affected or whether or not a unit is rented severely under market is not fair. This measure should be tied directly to COVID-19 related need, and both a review period and firm end date should be set. Exceptions should be made for units that are rented below a certain market threshold. Item 2, providing a private right of action. With the great majority of landlords following the rules, this measure will subject this already struggling industry to possibly frivolous and costly lawsuits at a time when we are already trying to survive an extreme financial crisis. With all of these new and constantly evolving laws and tenant protections, there will be landlords, especially the mom and pops and seniors, who are confused or unaware of the latest version of the law. The city should instead continue to properly notify and educate both tenants and landlords regarding their rights and responsibilities.
Okay, your time is up on the items. And you want to speak in general public comment, you've got 1 minute. Hello? Okay.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
It'll be 1, 2, and 7.
You have 3 minutes for all your items. Go ahead.
Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association, speaking on items 1, 2, and 7. Item number 1 is an indefinite rent freeze on RSO units. We understand actions that have been taken by the City Council, but this indefinite nature of this freeze is very concerning. We do not know when the emergency will be lifted. There are emergencies that are still in place due to fires that have been going on for months and in the county sometimes years. We do believe that there should be some type of definite review date, whether it's 4 months or 6 months to review, and can be extended. We can always extend, but there's an indefinite nature to this that needs to be addressed. It's also not related to COVID-19, so it's a very broad stroke. Item number 2 is the right of action. Just last night, there was an update to the ordinance. We have had less than 12 hours to review the new updated ordinance. We believe that there needs to be a process to an item that has this many ramifications. Minor offenses can hold housing providers liable for tens of thousands of dollars. If you forget to put in a notice a day late after the 15-day notice in here, which is a new notice being asked to be put out, you are liable to be sued for up to $15,000. We encourage this item to be delayed. We've only had 24 hours to review it. Item number 7 is a repeal of Costa-Hawkins. The reality is increases are not happening right now. If anything, rent decreases are taking place, concessions are taking place. People are doing everything they can to keep their tenants. This is not a solution to the COVID issue. We need to focus on direct relief to individuals. We urge you to direct this to committee and vote no. All these items should be heard in some form of committee, at least to have some type of discussion before they're heard within 24 hours. Greatly appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
This item delayed.
Hello?
We've only had 24 hours.
Can you turn down your device
Hello?
because we can hear the
Number
feedback?
7
Can
is
you
a
turn down your
repeal of
device?
Costa-Hawkins.
You're listening to this meeting.
Reality is increases are not.
Okay, 1 second. Now can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. What is your name and what items do you want to speak on?
My name is Eric Brevin, and I'll speak on, for the sake of expeditiously moving forward, all of the items and a general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes for all the items and general public comment.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's nice to see that Mr. Sutton from the Apartment Association and the VICA guy, Stuart Waldman, were able to get through. I'm very happy that all sides are represented. Those are, of course, obviously paid speakers. So I certainly hope we do take all of the public speakers today. Regarding item 13, which is the neighborhood council item, I'm a former neighborhood council member. Currently, I serve on a committee, and I just wanted to mention how we do think, at least in my community, that the money should be freed up and allowed to roll over. I do think that the neighborhood councils need to be transparent about how they're spending the money. We are doing some food drives and things, but it's a little murky even to me, and I haven't done a lot of drilling down, but I don't think that the members of the public should have to. I think it should be very out there. And one of the notes that we had in our community came with a little logo from Harvard Westlake, who apparently is chipping in and being helpful during this time. But that is a group that, of course, is having business with the city. So whereas we do appreciate, although they're not, most of the students are not in our community, the school is in our community, and they took over one of our big public, well, not quite public, but publicly accessible recreation facilities, the golf course. It raises questions, and it would have been nice had we been able to have a meeting. That said, we're going to have some meetings, and we're looking forward to it. I would say one detail of things to be extended is, and David Rue will remember, the bylaw moratorium, because neighborhood councils are locked into crazy rules, and we made diligent efforts to make changes to those rules. Near the end of that process, the department, like they do, grappled it like a octopus and made it impossible until the last meeting when we were finally set to go, and that was in April. So it was canceled, and we should just get rid of the bylaw moratorium, obviously, because neighborhood councils need to be able to make changes that reflect what the folks want. Item number 14 raised some concerns because here you have Wesson, who's obviously the wheeler dealer, who's given away free property to the Korean organizations in the past. Here he wants to do 2 not-for-profit lease agreements in a city-owned building. And, I just raised questions about, while everybody is focused on COVID, it's kind of like, does any local news get any attention when everybody's focused on Trump? Here we have everybody focused on the measures for COVID. So little business like that. And by the way, good work today on so many lobbyists participating in redefining how things move forward. I like that they're working on the food and beverage industry yet again at item 11, trying to benefit their clients in any way they can. Everybody has taken, a hit during this period. And it's important to remember that, everybody is we're like in a culture of blame. I always try to blame you. People are trying to blame their landlords. This is not the fault of any individual. So it is important that we try to reach for a spirit of cooperation.
Okay, Mr. Previn, you want to move on to your general public comment, please?
Yeah, I'm going to just say that in terms of making further regulations, one of the previous speakers said, you're whipping up all sorts of litigation attractants. And I think that's true. And don't fall for Mr. Krikorian being the wise one who's saying don't do it, because he's always the one settling them out and making little deals. But it really is a bad idea, for example, to regulate the idea of putting masks on further than we already have. I mean, this is a public health emergency. People understand, and we're going to tell them because we're relentlessly telling them, and we should, but we should try to focus on the messaging and not on punitive, regulations. And kudos to O'Farrell for slipping in yesterday the ACE, which is the, Mr. Englander, your charming old friend, put into place. The administrative citation program is up and running and are aiming at somebody, probably property owners regarding, it's hard to decipher what he was amending, but probably property owners for weed abatement and brush clearance during this time. So once again, stay safe and take a moment to repudiate the County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mr. Previn. Your time is up. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Zachary Warma, Public Affairs Specialist with Downtown Women's Center, and would like to speak on item number 4, please.
You have 1 minute to speak on item number 4. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, Council members. My name is Zachary Warma with Downtown Women's Center, and on behalf of DWC, I urge your support for item number 4 to increase food service to interim housing and homeless shelters through contracting with local restaurants. For homeless service providers in Skid Row and across the city, not only are there now immense health and safety precautions as a result of COVID-19, but the basic and essential act of providing food has been deeply impacted. As a result of increased demand, the needs to enforce physical distancing, and to minimize use of common kitchen areas by our residents, DWC has tripled the number of meals our kitchen provides daily, up to 1,000 meals a day, all without the assistance of our normal volunteers and cooking clubs. Quite frankly, absent the increased and ongoing support of our 2 major food service donors, DWC would be struggling to adequately provide meals to the hundreds of women we continue to support. Providing additional meals to homeless services at this time is critical to ensuring that we can help the most vulnerable Angelenos access resources necessary for their survival. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
I am, I'm Mike O'Gara. Can you hear me?
Yes,
and
Mr.
I want to
Garrett.
talk on item number 13.
Yes, we can hear you. You have 1 minute to speak on item number 13. You may begin.
Do I speak now?
Yes, you may begin. Go ahead.
Okay. I want the entire amount of money that is unspent in the neighborhood councils to be rolled over. We have not been able to spend any money since since February. And we're unable to help our communities, and they're going to cut off our funding on June 22nd. We cannot spend any more money. The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment has not even given us yet the template of the Zoom version we're supposed to use to have meetings. So we cannot have meetings. We can't have vote to spend our money. We need to roll over the entire amount that's unspent from last year. Thank you. My name is Mike O'Gara. I live in Sun Valley neighborhood.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello? Yes, can you turn your device down so we don't get so much feedback?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and I want to speak on item number 15.
Okay, you have 1 minute to speak on item 15. Go ahead.
I'm a survivor and advocate for homeless women, and I'm calling to ask you to support item number 15 to help domestic violence survivors who are being impacted by coronavirus. When I applied for housing for me and my children before the virus, I wasn't hearing back, even though I told them I was trying to flee a domestic violence situation. I had the right paperwork. I'm really worried about the things falling through the cracks for survivors and families, for people stuck in their homes. There are lots of stories in LA and across the country that domestic violence is either going up or not being reported. As Mayor Eric Garcetti said, right now, not everyone is safer at home. That's why this is so important to make sure that people are getting the resources they need now and after the safer at home orders. Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, I'm just muting my device right now. My name is Brad. I'd like to comment on 12, 17, and general comments.
You have 2 minutes to comment on the 2 items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Okay, items 12 and 17 both regard Project Roomkey, which is a very important project to bring people who are immunocompromised off the streets and into hotel rooms. The money's already there to do this. There's just a lot of hotels that are choosing not to take part, even though some of them are getting public subsidies from us, the taxpayers of Los Angeles. And that is outrageous. And the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is required. If they've been given tax breaks from all of us, and if they've been giving public support, then they have a responsibility to take part in this program. Remember, humans have human rights. We, the people of LA, have human rights. Businesses have revocable privileges which come with responsibilities. I wonder why these businesses got these tax breaks in the first place. Why is the city council embracing the trickle-down economics of Ronald Reagan instead of the New Deal policies of Franklin Roosevelt? I'm a member of the Healthy LA Coalition. We are the largest coalition of over 300 labor unions, tenant unions, religious congregations, and political organizations that has ever been assembled in the modern history of LA. And we are calling for much stronger protections to bring people indoors during this crisis. It's time to complete the New Deal with a housing guarantee as Franklin Roosevelt envisioned in his final State of the Union. The very first sentence of the U.S. Constitution states that the general welfare of the people is the whole point of our government in the first place. And right now, the general welfare, does it look too good out there on the streets? How can you have a strong immune system if you're living in a tent or in a car? Housing is a human right. Operating a business in the city of LA is a revocable privilege that comes with responsibility. If the city council continues to act in bad faith, the organizations in the Healthy LA Coalition are capable of escalating nonviolent protests and civil disobedience at the Port of LA, at the airport, at the City Hall.
Your time is up on the items. Do you want to move on to general public comment?
Sure. Let's go to general public comment. It's all connected.
Okay, go ahead.
We're capable of escalating. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Your time started on general
We are
public comment.
Okay. We're capable of escalating nonviolent protests at the Port of LA, at the airport, at City Hall, at Mayor's Mansion, at City Council members' houses, in the streets, in the financial district, at your speeches, at your town halls, at your fundraisers, at your district offices, at the businesses you own, and at the businesses your donors own. HealthyLA.org. We want to call out 2 particular hotels, the Marriott in Marina del Rey and the Ritz-Carlton in Marina del Rey. Please call those hotels and tell them that they have received public subsidies and they are on public land. Therefore, they need to serve the public. They have a responsibility. I know we're afraid that if we pressure businesses, they'll leave LA. But you know what? There is some benefit to having bad businesses that take no responsibility leave LA. And the fact is, a lot of businesses leave LA, whether we pressure them or not. We used to have
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Beverly Kenworthy, and I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, 3, and 7.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak on all 3 items. I'm sorry, 4 items. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. On item number 1, we believe that the city should set a determined date for the rent freeze to end, similar to what the city of San Jose implemented. The city can always extend the freeze, but the indefinite nature of the emergency and then a 1-year extension after that, we think puts the city at some risk for a takings claim. We represent the majority of our membership are small mom and pop owners, and they could really be devastated by this indefinite term. On private right of actions, item number 2 and 3, this is a complicated and often misunderstood concept. To propose such a dramatic change just 1 week ago and then give us, less than 48 hours to adequately respond is just, I think, really unthinkable, given that this measure is not going to have an immediate impact on tenants. We really urge the city to work with us during the next week and delay this until next Tuesday. We feel that there are alternatives that could have immediate help for tenants who are experiencing difficulty with their owners. And we just think allowing frivolous lawsuits or class action lawsuits is really going to drive out the mom and pops. It could really be the final nail in the coffin for them when this crisis is over. On item number 7, repealing Costa-Hawkins is just not going to ease the impact of, years and years of statewide and, local failed housing policy and development. We know that, with the analysis that was done on Prop 10 and the effect of the repeal of Costa-Hawkins would cost the state hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue. This is not the time to be, repealing anything right now. We need to be looking forward and figuring out what our housing crisis is going to look like at the end of this emergency. It's just time to stop blaming housing providers for this crisis when the responsibility should be falling on everyone to create the housing that we need at all income levels. And we have been supportive of all of those measures and, opportunities for development, for reform, for streamlined development that would make that a reality for many renters of low income. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Len Moses. I'd like to speak on, for expedience, all the items, 1, 2, 14, 12, 17, 13, etc., and public comment.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for all the items and 1 minute for general public comment. You may begin. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First, I'd like to apologize for broad brushing corrupt the entire LA City Council yesterday. Apologize for that. I don't know if you're all corrupt. I know too many of you are corrupt, though. Items 1 and 2 seem to be a knee-jerk reaction by the City Council that, like a lot of the people said, is going to result in a lot of litigation. You have to protect everybody. And that's what the City Council fails to do so many times. You just react based on what you think is popular or what you're receiving pressure on. For instance, paycheck protection in October, approximately October ends, United Airlines has already announced they're going to lay off 6,000 people. The public would like to urge you to get ahead of these issues and not sit back and do knee-jerk reactions. Item number 14 by Wesson, who I think by most people in our community would say is corrupt. This is a lease of public property to Korean Festival Foundation, the Korean Senior Citizens Club. We're going to start submitting our own motions because the council and the members of the Black community are not represented. The Afiba Center, a cultural center, community center, been there 20 years on Slauson and Crenshaw, is being evicted by what the the public calls sleazy Marquise Dawson. Rather, this public lands are not, they've been there 20 years with multiple services that can't be duplicated. Not saying the Korean Foundation and senior citizens shouldn't get their lease, but this should be doled out equitably, where we get eviction notices by Dawson, and he's trying to evict them so he can gentrify the area. This doesn't happen in other areas. Of course, that's why he's being recalled as well. Project items 12 and 13, Dawson has a nerve to put his name on this. Project Broomkey, just for the city council would like to take credit, but you can't. This is a state initiative by the governor, not you people. You people are only concerned with your campaign contributions from your developers stealing the $1.2 billion with building these so-called homeless units.
Sir, your time is up for all the items. You want to move on to general public comment? You have 1 minute left.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. To all the people that are homeless, the people that are unemployed, this city council, just think about this. On August and September of 2018-19, they gave Marquise Dawson, $308,000 to procure the unemployment office for himself, where the unemployment in the city was 4.5%. Unemployment in his District 8 was 15% at that time. And what kind of person is Krikorian to praise him yesterday, what kind of beautiful person he is when he tries to get the unemployment office for himself? Another move, $488,000 a month before. They gave him almost upwards of $1 million, public. $1 million when people are unemployed and starving.
Thank you.
State your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Darcy Harris, items 13 and 16.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to discuss both items. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Darcy Harris. I'm the chair of the Echo Park Neighborhood Council, and I'm speaking on item 13 in favor of the rollover. This is important because our meetings were suspended for about the past month and a half, which is towards the end of the year where we typically spend a large portion of our funds for the year, and we need more time to adjust to the interruption. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the neighbor councils are just going to have a frenzied spend down to not lose their money, and we won't have the time to thoughtfully consider how best to meet our community's needs. In addition, the city should not be invalidating decisions from meetings that were properly conducted according to the modified Brown Act before May 1st, for those of us who managed to get up and do it on our own without full support from DUN. We really don't need more roadblocks thrown up against the work we're doing. Then on item 16, this is a more personal comment. I read the motion. I wasn't quite clear if it was an entirely blanket rule for face masks every time we're out of the house without any exceptions. I think the current order by the mayor strikes the right balance, but if there's a blanket rule, it does need some exceptions for driving, for isolated exercise, for outings in the park. Otherwise, the cost to the physical and mental health of our citizens outweigh the public health benefits. This last weekend, my family went to Elysian Park and had a picnic for the first time since the quarantine. We were 50 feet away from everybody. And that night, my daughter, my 10-year-old, said for the first time since the quarantine, she felt kind of okay. And I don't think if we were all wearing face masks while we were trying to sit in the park and have a picnic, she would have felt the same way. So please consider some exceptions to a blanket rule. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another 4 minutes of public comment. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hello?
What's your name and what items
Hello?
do you want to speak on?
My name's Adam Smith, and I'd like to speak on general public comment, and that's it.
Okay, you have 1 minute of general public comment. Go ahead.
Great. What's up, friends? Who's out there? Man, I miss everybody. Yeah, mostly I'm just calling because our politicians, for the most part, are spineless. Right, Otis? Spineless? Yeah. Mitch, you're a snake. But I really think that the city council should block the budget when it comes up. I don't think that while city employees are getting furloughed, that the police should be getting $200 million more in OT. What's up, Mike Bonin? Yeah. Did I mention Mitch is a snake? All right, that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and what item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, yes. My name is Eddie Navarrete. I am a friend of the hospitality industry. I've been helping and representing them for the last several years. Also a part of the Independent Hospitality Coalition, a newly formed group.
Okay, what items do you want to speak on?
Over 350 independent restaurants.
What items do you want to speak on?
I would like to speak on items 5 and 11.
You have 2 minutes to speak on both items. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Again, my name is Eddie Navarrete with the Independent Hospitality Coalition. I would like to voice my support formally for items number 5. As we know, the PPP loans were not structured for everybody, especially the food and beverage industry. You know, how are we going to be allowed to open up, or why would we want to hire people at full staff when we're not even allowed to open? For bars, it just doesn't make sense. For restaurants, if we're required to have half the amount of people occupancy, how are we supposed to have that kind of funding? It just sounds like wasted money. So please, I really do appreciate that your guys' efforts in that motion, as well as item number 11. I think this is a great idea. We need to make some simple changes, some lacks in regulation, some modernization of regulation that can help these folks rebound from the economy that they're going to be living through and then they're currently going through. So I wanted to say thanks again for your efforts in these motions. I fully support them, and keep up the good work.
Okay, members, that concludes public comment for today's meeting. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment, including general public comment. Madam Clerk, why don't we go ahead and vote on a few items before we take a short recess to get our amending motions organized. Let's go ahead and vote on items number 7, 8, 10, 14, 15, and 18. Go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Blumenfield.
Madam
Bonin.
President. Bonin, aye.
Buscaino. Mr. Buscaino.
Madam
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo.
Bonin.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz. Mr. Koretz. Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
I'm sorry, Madam President, wasn't item 7?
Yes, this is for items
Special?
7, 8, 10, 14, 15, and 18. These items were not called special.
We're voting on items that were not called special. The items, again, are 7, 8, 10, 14, 15, and 18.
I know. Can I ask for a separate vote on item number 7?
Can you do what?
Ask for a separate vote on item number 7.
You want, okay. So you want to vote on item number 7 separately?
Yes.
All right, we're going to have to start all over again. Why don't we start and take the roll on items 8, 10, 14, 15, and 18. Please call the roll.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo. Harris.
Cedillo.
Okay.
Cedillo, aye.
Thank you. Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
Okay, now let's prepare. I'm sorry, go ahead and tally the vote.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 7. Let's call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Correct, aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
No.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes, 1 no, this matter passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 2. Mr. Price, you've asked to be recused. Any other members wish to be recused on item number 2? Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll. Madam Clerk? Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam President. I will need to be recused on items 1, 2, and 3, please.
Very well, thank you. Okay, we have 2 recusals for item number 2, Mr. Price and Mr. Krikorian. Go ahead and call the roll.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yeah.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
13 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, members, we're going to take a 20-minute recess to organize our amending motions, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Let's get this going.
Okay, members, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Okay, because when we do, they close it.
Councilmember Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo.
Present.
Aristosen.
Present.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
Here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
And back to the top, Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Thank you. 15 members and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Members, I have a small technical amendment to item 17, which is I move to add the CAO to the report back. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Mr. Bonin? Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item.
Tell Nick about lunch. What do you
Item
want to get?
17 as amended.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Cedillo, aye. Yes. Harris Dawson, yes.
Thank you. Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, let's move on to item number 4. This was called special by Ms. Rodriguez. And she also introduced an amending motion to this. Ms. Rodriguez? Ms. Rodriguez, do you want to speak on item number 4, or should we
Yes.
vote?
Thank you, Madam President. Should I go ahead and restate my amending motion for?
No, we've already done that. If you don't,
Okay.
we can go ahead and call for the
Colleagues, item number 4 is just as we discussed yesterday. I know many of us have been working very diligently to try and find opportunities to help support the affected restaurant industry in helping to restore their service capacity with a variety of efforts, whether it's to provide for our seniors, as many of us have done in our districts in triaging the gaps that were existing because of the COVID-19 impacts. My office, I've been working very closely with LASA going back to early April, given the needs associated with Project Broomkey, to try and help connect the opportunities for our local restaurateurs to also supplement and provide their service with respect to feeding individuals that are being now housed under Project Broomkey. As a result, we've been making very good progress, and we have been working very closely with LASA to develop an RFI that will, in fact, that invites businesses to come in, provide their best bid, if you will, or best proposal for food costs to in that area. And so with that, I wanted to invite LASA to answer questions because, you know, just as we discussed yesterday, as I was talking about this, you know, the success of these programs really relies on our ability to get this information out to small business owners and for them to participate. It's why that through my amendment, I've requested EWDD support to help assure that these small restaurateurs understand that process and can be supported in navigating how to participate in this. I know we've been doing that very direct hand-holding in my district with some restaurateurs, but I'd like to turn it over to LASA to give you all an overview on what this process entails, what it looks like, and how to get your small businesses, small restaurateurs in your areas to participate. So I'd like to turn it over to LASA.
Very well. Is there someone from LASA?
Good afternoon, council members. This is Nathaniel Vergao. I'm the interim chief program officer for LASA, and I'm also accompanied by Emily Andrade, who is our director for performance management. If I might take just a quick second to make sure that you all and the public are clear on the work that we've been doing around Project Broomkey. Project Broomkey was a response that LASA has taken on in response to the COVID-19 epidemic to provide single room housing for folks who are senior and or medically vulnerable to COVID-19 infection. So folks who are immune compromised or have other medical conditions that would make them more likely to end up hospitalized or at risk of death if exposed to COVID-19. We took this on as an emergency action, and we have made tremendous strides already. not nearly as much as needed, and we are continuing to strive to bring more and more folks in every day. But in just over a month, we have opened up 23 sites already, having housed over 1,700 individuals who otherwise would be in environments that would put them at risk, whether that's in overcrowded shelters or on the streets of the County of LA. So along with the housing, we are also providing additional supports that include 3 meals per day delivered to their rooms so that we can assist them in maximizing their social isolation and the protective factors that come with that. Additionally, we are providing nursing staff on site to do daily symptom and temperature checks with folks to ensure that if anybody does become symptomatic, they are immediately linked to quarantine and isolation, but also knowing that these folks, many of them come in with significant comorbid medical conditions. We're trying to ensure that those medical conditions are also monitored and that we're connecting them with primary medical care and any emergency medical care that may become necessary. Additionally, we are working to link them with other services, including mental health, physical health services through our FQHC, federally qualified health centers that are local, as well as legal and substance abuse services in the effort to be able to move folks from these sites into permanent housing. So part of that, as I said, is meal provision, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Rodriguez for suggesting that we look at local vendors more broadly. We, as I said, stood this up in an emergency fashion. We've now gotten a little bit of a rhythm to standing up the new facilities, and so it's provided us an opportunity to look more broadly at our processes and to expand that to ensure that we have a broad base of services, so that if there's any issue with supply chain for any vendor, that we have backups, and we are also committed to using this opportunity to support small businesses locally. So I'm going to turn it over to Emily Andrade to talk through our request for information that has been ongoing and is outstanding, so that she can fill you in on the details of how businesses locally can provide us with their information, and we can seek to connect with them for these services.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member Rodriguez. We appreciate your support in this issue and your partnership with the work that we're doing. So we currently have an RFI, request for information, that is posted publicly on our website, that was posted on April 22nd. That is for any interested parties who want to provide meal provision services at our Project Broomkey site. This was posted on our website. It was also sent out through our general interest mail list, which includes 6,100 individuals, and it was posted through our social media and media channels. So what that means is we have submissions that are on a rolling basis, and we don't have a closure date at this time. So we're inviting food service providers to share information about their capacity and the services that they could provide for the motels and hotels for Operation Roomkey at this point. The goal is to provide people experiencing homelessness with healthy and delicious meals while serving, being responsible to public funding. So the process as it stands is interested parties would go onto our website and they would fill out an initial survey. And then the second step is submitting a letter of interest. The letter of interest really goes into some of the following criteria, which are that people who are we are asking providers to speak through what their experience is with working with people who are experiencing homelessness, experience operating a similar program, going through also a brief description of their ability, like their daily capacity. How many meals can they actually support with this effort? We want to know what their staffing model is like, as well as how the vendor would be able to kind of process last minute requests as those come up. We need to know about potential appliance needs, whether we would need on-site refrigerators or microwave support, as well as what if they would be subcontracting. We also would need to know kind of a general cost of the meals, beverages, cutlery, and also the packaging that they would be using. The other thing is we need to ensure that they have the ability to do very detailed tickets and invoices. And we're also asking providers to give us information on what their geographic capacity is, how far, how limited. And we will be asking for a sample menu. All of these food vendors would need to be permitted by LA County Department of Health as a food service facility. So currently, where we stand with our request for information is that we have received 22 surveys as of Tuesday night, and we have 11 letters of interest. So that's kind of where we are with it. This is a request for information is really just putting information out there to find out, is there an interest in the community to do this work? The next step would be determining how we would procure, how we would work with our team internally, and what would be the best response in order to ensure that we're following all the FEMA guidelines for reimbursement. So now I welcome you all to any questions.
Ms. Rodriguez, back to you.
If I may add one additional comment.
Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to state that given that we are not a city department, we don't necessarily have access to the traditional procurement channels that the city has. And this is also a bit outside of the scope of our normal procurements, as we're normally procuring services, social services. So I did want to state that we are open and willing to work with you all to ensure that if there are specific businesses, or that if you want to just generally within your districts, make sure that businesses are aware of this opportunity. We'd be glad to partner with you to ensure that you have the appropriate links that you can put on mailings or communications that you're putting out, as well as linking to our website for the RFI information on your district websites or any other city website as well. So.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. And colleagues, if no questions, I mean, obviously, LASA is also available offline for staff to engage. We've shared the link for our restaurateurs to submit their proposals. And again, want to encourage, I mean, it's one of those difficult circumstances that I know we're all trying to fly the plane as we're building it. But I want to thank LASA for stepping up to this opportunity for us to provide this, make this situation and this difficult circumstance a win for everybody, so that we could actually procure some of those business opportunities for those restaurants that are hurting right now. So, so without any questions, any additional, I want to thank you, LASA, and I want to thank you, colleagues, and ask for your aye vote.
Okay, colleagues, is prepared to vote on this item as amended. Item 4. Call the roll.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Peretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Yes.
The smart kid.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, let's move on to item number 5. You had an amending motion on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Item 5, which I already read into the record, I'd like to move we approve the CLA report along
I'm going to call on him, right?
with the revised attached resolution. It's a revised report. And so the original resolution stays intact, and that is it requires that in the federal legislative program that support for any legislation and or administrative act that would provide assistance to independently owned restaurants and restaurant employees by fixing the Paycheck Protection Program by extending the maximum loan amount to 3 months after restaurants can legally reopen to full capacity, and reinstating the $500 million gross revenue cap on Paycheck Protection Program loans and increasing the length of time restaurant owners have to repay their loans to 10 years from 2 years. So what this does, the revised resolution now covers restaurants as originally drafted, but it will now cover all independently owned businesses, not just restaurants. So we spread the safety net across the board for all of our mom and pops and all independently owned businesses. Something else that it keeps intact is it still launches the launches the Restaurant Stabilization Fund that provides up to $100 million in grants to independent restaurants, creating new tax rebates that encourage employment and ensuring that business interruption insurance covers COVID-19 related interruptions. So that's what this resolution does, and I ask for a unanimous aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, all members, let's prepare to vote on item number 5 as amended. Go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
And hot outside again?
Correct.
Yes, sir. Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, you called item number 6 special.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This is another resolution where we can all speak on the official record as the United States Congress gears up for COVID-19 4.0. And what this will do, here's what we know. The state is going to need much more federal assistance as the loss of revenue due to a changing economy impacted by the escalating costs of public health needs and increased demands in social services, including but not limited to unemployment insurance. And the city, county, and state are spending billions of dollars on COVID-19 related expenses, including maintaining public institutions, universities, schools, ensuring essential services to at-risk populations, including meals for seniors, families, immunocompromised residents, and maintaining homeless services and housing, expanding COVID-19 testing and public health programs. Everything that we're talking about, in other words, is encompassed in this resolution. So we'll go on record officially requesting that Congress adopt in this economic stimulus bill, this relief, COVID-19 relief bill, assistance to local and state governments, that this assistance should be a priority for the health and safety of all residents of the state and, of course, the city of Los Angeles. And so what we'll do with this resolution is make sure that we officially ask the government to include in the federal legislative program support for this stimulus bill and or any administrative action that assists local and state governments in economic recovery as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. And it's important that we send this. We've already helped lay the groundwork, many of us, by working with our local congressional delegation. And we're not the only state to do it, but it's important that we speak and make sure that we're on the record supporting these efforts along with other cities and states. So I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, you wish to speak on this item as well?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yeah, I just, first of all, want to thank Mr. O'Farrell for bringing this forward. Mr. O'Farrell listed many of the ways in which the local governments throughout the country have incurred additional expense because of COVID-19. And certainly in this city, we have rushed to fill the gap in leadership that has happened from our federal government and in many respects from other branches of government as well, where the city has had to act on an emergency basis in ways that are sometimes out of the traditional jurisdiction of city government, simply to keep people alive and safe. But in addition to that, the other very significant part of this resolution is the need for the federal government to support local governments in their loss of revenues. The loss of revenue that we have incurred and will incur for many months to come is still completely unpredictable. So at the very time that we have had to incur significant additional expense, we've also suffered a disastrous drop in revenues. And if there is not support from the federal government to local governments to make up for some of that lost revenue, not just this city, but cities around the country will be devastated. And our national economic recovery will be that much slower because local governments will not be able to continue with their ordinary functions as city governments. So it's essential that the next federal stimulus package include assistance to local governments for loss of revenues as well.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President and members. First of all, I want to echo Mr. Krikorian's acknowledgement of Mr. O'Farrell. You know, this body, oftentimes we draft resolutions of support of specific bills, and then we just let our lobbyists in Sacramento, Washington, D.C. take it from there. Not with Mr. O'Farrell. He's on the ground. He's advocating. He's made several trips to Sacramento on funding requests. And I know he, like many of you, have joined me in Washington, D.C. in our National League of Cities efforts. And just this week, the National League of Cities just launched our Cities Essentials campaign that's demanding the federal government to move on a $500 billion ask that will be directed to localities across this country, direct federal aid and economic relief from the COVID-19 pandemic for local governments over the next 2 years. That's our main ask, and just know that as a national organization, we are advocating for cities throughout this country. So thank you, Mr. Krikorian, and thanks for leading this, Mitch, on really demanding the federal government and our state partners to act and do so quickly.
Okay, seeing no other members on the queue, let's prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, let me take over the chair to give Ms. Martinez a quick break. With that, members, let's turn to item 11, called special by Mr. Blumenfield. Item 11, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Item 11, I think I already talked about it. It was looking for the amendment as we speak here, but basically the amendment I read into the record makes it clear that we're creating we want to have consultation with the various entities as opposed to creating a formal working group. And with that, I would ask for your aye vote to the amendment that I've already read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Seeing no members on the queue, that's a call for a roll call vote.
And this is for item number 11 as amended. Mr. Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino?
Aye.
Cedillo? Harris Dawson?
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer?
Yes.
Koretz?
Yes.
Krikorian?
Aye.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez? O'Farrell?
Aye.
Price?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Ms. Rodriguez? Rue?
Aye.
Wesson?
Wesson, aye.
Hi, Rodriguez, aye. Sorry.
Thank you.
14 ayes, this matter passes.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to item number 12, called special by Mr. Price.
And Mr. Bonin, actually.
And Mr. Bonin, sorry.
Let's not forget that.
Karen, do you want me to go or do you want to go?
Who wants to kick it off?
Well, I'll go since I was the initiator of the motion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bonin. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Colleagues, thank you for considering this item today. It's about Project Broomkey and participation of hotels in Los Angeles in the program. The last time we met in person as a body was March 17th. And at that meeting, we were discussing a lot of things that were looming and really important about confronting the COVID-19 crisis. And one of them was making sure that we had ways to provide services to people who were unhoused and to make sure that we did everything we can to get people off the street, to house the unhoused, because we recognized that it was a public health threat to the housed and unhoused alike to have vulnerable people outside. The day after we had that meeting, Governor Newsom announced Project Broomkey and said the state and the county were going to be pushing forward on this and we're going to move people indoors. A month and a day after that, on April 19th, the governor came out and he slammed cities, some cities in particular, for objecting and not moving fast enough. And here in LA, we've stepped up with rec centers and trailers as emergency shelters. And our mayor and LAHSA themselves jumped into the fray on the hotel situation to try to make it move faster in LA. Because we know that the hotels are far superior. They're certainly better than the encampments that are all over the city of Los Angeles. Better for housed and unhoused to have people indoors. And better even than the trailers and the shelters we have now in rec centers, because congregate shelters are not optimal. So 49 days after the governor made his big announcement, our goal in Los Angeles is 15,000 rooms. And as of yesterday, according to the LA County website, there are only 2,709 rooms that have been participated for a total of 1,582 people. Now, I don't think any of us 6 weeks ago when we were calling for an urgent FEMA-like response to COVID-19 and to getting people off the street thought that we'd be talking about 1,500 or 1,600 people. I think we all thought things would be bigger. So why are we in this situation? Well, hotels will tell you there's red tape and there's bureaucracy and it's been frustrating dealing with the county or the state or the city. They'll also say there's funding regulations that make it sort of tough for them to sort of hop in. We've heard that there are maintenance issues or liability issues. The county has said they'll take care of those. Then we've heard that there's objections from corporate, or that hotels their lawyers are saying no, or their lawyers need to review certain documents, and that they're worried about the screening of people. One of our earlier speakers objecting to this motion said that hotels are concerned about the intermingling of regular guests, regular people, and unhoused people. And I don't know that it is a strict violation of the Civil Rights Act because this is not a matter of race in public accommodations. But if hotels are making a distinction among people, classifying housed and unhoused differently in terms of accommodations that they are going to be paid for, that the city is going to pay for, the county is going to pay for with reimbursement, then I think there is a potential civil rights violation. I certainly think there's a violation of the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, because there are many people we're talking about who have conditions that qualify as disabilities. And I think some of those hotels could be at risk of violating that as well. They don't dither when there is a big concert coming to town and rock stars are coming in with a huge entourage. There's no questions asked. They come in and they get the rooms. And this is an urgent, as we all know, an urgent public health crisis. So what this motion, as originally written, asked for is for our city staff to report to us on all the hotels that have received any public benefit, public subsidy, tax break, situated on public property or former CRA property, and let us know which ones have declined or refused to participate and why. Because we have had lots of private conversations and we haven't gone as far as we need. So perhaps it's time to start having the conversation public and have a more robust dialogue about who's participating and who's not. There are some who say that we're picking on the hotel industry and assuming they're the bad actors here. The motion very clearly says to let people say what the problem is, why they're not participating. If there are problems with bureaucracy or red tape at the city, the state, or the county level, we should know so we can remove them. And if the problems are on the hotel end, the public should know why, and then we should consider commandeering, as they have talked about in other cities. This is a question of, as I said, public health, not just for the vulnerable unhoused, people with conditions and over 65, but for everybody, because we keep saying stay at home, and we're not yet there in providing a place for people to be at home. So I also welcome Mr. Price's amending motion, which broadens the scope of this to go beyond those with public subsidies. But I certainly want us to look at those with public subsidies.
All right, thank you, Mr.
as first on our list.
Mr. Price, would you like to speak on this item?
Yes, Madam President, I just wanted to stand in support of this motion. And I appreciate the way that Mike is framing it. I agree. I think hotels have a unique role to play in this process. And my amendment just makes sure that we gather as much information about all the hotels that are out there, including those that received our benefits, so that we can be very strategic, very precise, very effective in identifying hotel rooms that we can pull into service to help meet this need at this critical time. And so I support the motion and urge your support as well.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. This is about the biggest no-brainer there ever was for hotels as an economic incentive to build and exist in some cases for decades before really paying the types of level of taxes that other businesses have to pay because we want them to invest in our neighborhoods and help them thrive. The fact that we give public subsidies, public dollars as an incentive for these hotels with these packages we approve would seem to me to be a complete justification that we expect something back, especially during an emergency, during a pandemic. I believe that they actually owe the public something in return when the need exists for that exact situation that we're experiencing right now. So I think this is really important, especially in relation to hotels that have received a public subsidy. And just keep in mind, hotel vacancies are well over 90%. At best, they're going to very slowly recover. There's not a whole lot of tourism going on right now, and that will only trickle in eventually. This is something that hotels could completely manage, and they're going to get fully reimbursed for this. So talk about matching a need where there are resources, there is no better example than right now. It will employ more people, they'll get paid, hotels get paid for leasing the rooms. This is a very manageable situation. I see no reason we shouldn't move full force ahead and see what the lasting positive consequences of this could be. This council has worked and talked and lobbied and come up with resources for years and years to house people experiencing homelessness. Let's act on this and see what positive long-term effects could result from something like this in a program like this in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thanks to the authors for this motion. I think Mr. O'Farrell is correct about it being a no-brainer, and certainly I think we should all stand in strong support. This is it really is one of those win-win kind of programs, or it should be if it's properly administered. I think it is important that particularly those hotels, particularly those luxury hotels that this city has sacrificed in order to have built. This city has given up massive amounts of tax revenues to incentivize the construction of new hotels. And sometimes that has been done by this council with a distinct grinding of the teeth. But we have felt that it was important to encourage additional development construction as a longer-term economic development tool. We have sacrificed to the benefit of hotel developers. And and by we, I mean the taxpayers of the city of Los Angeles. So I think it's very important that we have this calling out of those who have benefited in that way but are not participating. At the same time, in order to address the very same problem, I would like to suggest an addition, if the authors would consider this friendly, that when LAHSA comes back and presents that report to council, I think in order to get to the entirety of the problem, it's also important that we hear from LAHSA why we are not filling even the rooms that we already have leased. So people continue to want to say, well, you're not leasing rooms fast enough. And that is certainly true. But it's also true that the ones that are leased are not filled today. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why that is. So I think it's important that LAHSA come back and discuss with us the barriers to entry, if you will, for getting people actually into the rooms that we are already leasing and spending money on. So if the authors would be willing to accept that as an amendment to the report back paragraph number 2, that's what I would recommend.
That's very friendly, and giving credit where it's due, I should acknowledge that I think that's also covered in Ms. Martinez's other hotel motion today as well.
Very well. Accepted as friendly. Mr. Harris-Dawson? Mr. Harris-Dawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Chair and Councilmember Bonin for authoring this resolution and the amendments that have come today. I just want to go on record as appreciating my colleagues here on the LA City Council for showing zero sympathy to this notion that somehow we've built these hotels that are so precious and so amazing that a person who has the misfortune of being poor can't be in them somehow, or their other guests are so special that they can't be intermingled, I think was the word used, with other guests. This is the same language that was used against African Americans for a long time in this country, and later Latino immigrants, and I just think it has no place in Los Angeles, particularly if you raised your hand to use tax money put into the pot by the very people that you now say aren't good enough to stay in your hotels. And so, again, I just want to applaud everybody for not giving that even a second of consideration or sympathy. Thank you.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President and members. we just found out that Dr. Fair is going to give us some direction on reopening the LA County on what's next. But the item before us, I'm really pride ourselves on the fact that in late March, we were able to, before we knew this project as Project Broomkey, we were able to get a hotel operator in San Pedro, the Sunrise Hotel, to say yes, negotiations with the county, and within a matter of 10 to 12 days, we had 100 souls moving in from the sidewalked encampment into safe, secure beds, location with food. So to Mr. Bono's point, for those who are skeptical about this program, please come to the Sunrise Hotel on Harbor Boulevard in San Pedro, and you can see firsthand on how well kept the program is, and how safe and secure it is, and at the same time helping those who are most vulnerable in our city. And I'm hopeful that we expand this. And colleagues, next week I'll be introducing a motion directing city staff to look at acquiring hotels and using stimulus federal dollars that will be coming our way, and acquiring hotels and purchasing hotels to get these souls off the streets and into safe, secure hotel rooms. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. You know, I want to thank the authors for this motion. I think, you know, when we talk about, you know, we make a lot of decisions to provide economic incentives for the purpose of job creation and economic development. And, you know, there was no question when those incentives were provided to many of these hoteliers to construct, that there was no question that, you know, we were trying to help drive this effort to meet those needs and those obligations. And I think right now, this is a perfect time for them to help provide a gap in service for a tremendous need that we have. And so I'm really grateful for you all putting this item forward. I think it is, you know, right now we have to consider our responsibility and seizing this opportunity to provide this, you know, to basically call on them to do the work that we need them to do right now, and basically help to, you know, it's an example of the gratitude that should be exemplified during this moment for the financial benefit they were the recipients of. And I think it's just, as Mr. O'Farrell said, it's a no-brainer, and I want to thank you for bringing this motion forward. It's long overdue for the purposes of, you know, this is a shared responsibility that we have in this city to create a healthy economic environment, but also to respond to the needs of Angelenos that are living on our streets. And so I want to thank you all for this motion.
Mr. Roop?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo everyone's sentiments here, and I really want to thank the makers of this motion and all the other similar motions that does this. I mean, this is a real no-brainer, but also I really want to thank, I mean, we are well below our target of 15,000, but I really want to thank the hotels that did step up, the hotels and motels that did step up to respond to this crisis, and really thank them for going above and beyond. And hopefully this is a wake-up call and a plea for all the other hotels. This is an opportunity for us to have a win-win situation and for them to come up. You know, it is very unconscionable that during this extraordinary crisis that we still have many of our neighbors out on the streets. And, you know, and actually I was having conversation with several of you where we were starting to notice that homeless encampments starting to not only be reformed, but becoming larger. And part of it is because we need more places to house our unhoused neighbors. And this is a readily available resource to us. And we are imploring and pleading with all the other hotels and motels that might not know about this program, because I know I have been working closely with John Bain, the mayor's appointee to this Project Broomkey program, and he is going above and beyond. And he is making sure that we could accommodate and work with all the hotels. But this is a no-brainer. This is something that we need to do. And we still have a long ways to go. And I look forward to seeing what comes back. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield? Mr. Blumenfield, are you there?
Sorry, I was talking to the mute button. Just a quick thing, which is this, it makes sense. I've got a couple of hotels in my district that are up and running with Project Broomkey, and these hotels never got a subsidy. So it makes sense that we look at all the hotels especially that did get the subsidy to be part of this process. But I want to thank the hotels that are already up and running because it does make a big difference. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other members on the queue, let's prepare to vote on this item. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, and this is item number 12 as amended. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Tuscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, with a shout out to Alex Marati for being the first to give us a call to offer his hotel, the Mayfair on 7th Avenue in the 1st District. Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez. Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Here are.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this matter passes.
Okay, let's move on to item 16. This was called special by Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we've already heard a lot of conversation in the last couple of weeks about reopening up. I would like to see us get to that point and see life and the economy going again. But with the current push to rush back, I definitely think we need to do it as thoughtfully as possible and germane to this item as safely as possible. Since April 3rd, the CDC has recommended the use of masks, especially to prevent the virus from being spread from people who are not showing symptoms, but who actually have and are contagious with the virus. In one sobering bad example, Missouri recorded its largest single-day spike in coronavirus cases Monday. That was also the same day the state's stay-at-home order expired, allowing some businesses to reopen. Currently, Los Angeles residents are asked to wear masks on a voluntary basis, particularly in situations where they'll be within 6 feet of others. The motion before you today asks for a report back on making the wearing of face coverings in public a requirement. The last thing we need is another spike in cases to set us back as we're trying to move forward. Since we introduced this legislation in the past 2 weeks, this policy has now been instituted in jurisdictions such as San Diego, 24 cities in Massachusetts, and now I believe the state of Massachusetts, 12 Colorado cities, including Denver, but also in places that we might not expect, like Laredo, Texas. Local cities include Carson, Beverly Hills, and Glendale, and internationally now 50 countries require face coverings. Face coverings can be made of cloth. Homemade coverings, bandanas, and scarves are all okay. Medical grade masks, of course, should be worn by healthcare workers and safe for them. Enacting such a policy would help us slow the spread and eventually work towards the phasing in of lifting the restrictions. A few things also to seriously consider. The virus may be mutating. According to a new study led by scientists at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, and quoting from yesterday's Times, scientists have identified a new strain of the coronavirus that has become dominant worldwide and appears to be even more contagious than the versions that spread in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also very concerning, the New York Times yesterday in an article quoted 15 children, many of whom had the coronavirus, have recently been hospitalized in New York City with a mysterious syndrome that doctors do not yet fully understand, but has also been reported in several European countries. Many of the children aged 2 to 15 have showed symptoms associated with toxic shock or Kawasaki disease, a rare illness in children that involves inflammation of the blood vessels including coronary arteries, the city's health department said. Now, the San Diego County law provides much of what I would recommend that we look for, with a bit of Laredo's law sprinkled in. San Diego County requires that all residents wear a face covering whenever they are outside their home and within 6 feet of someone who is not from their household. In order to comply safely with this rule, residents should always have their face covering either in place or around their neck or easily at hand so they can place it quickly over their face when they encounter someone. Children under the age of 2 are not required to wear a mask, and people with developmental disabilities, as well as medical or mental health conditions that prevent them from wearing a mask, are also exempt. The new order requires the use of a face covering in all stores. It also requires them for offices where you are within 6 feet of another person. The face covering 6-foot rule must be practiced at newly reopened golf courses, parks, and at the beach. Masks are not required in the ocean water or for joggers on a trail. Masks are not required while driving unless there's someone in the vehicle who is not from the same household. I do want to say that we should be especially vigilant in protecting our community members of color from being profiled when they're wearing masks, which has been a concern elsewhere. Laredo, Texas has a provision that exempts situations where wearing a mask or a face covering could pose a health, safety, or security risk to the individual. The goal is to protect everyone. So I already read my motion for a report back into the record. I would like to ask staff to come back to full council in a week with this report. And to close, Angelino so far have done an amazing job of physical distancing and have flattened the curve. But we need to remain vigilant, particularly as people start to feel like the crisis is over because of all the news about opening things up. The health crisis is not over. And when we reopen, we need to keep Los Angeles from having a spike and endangering our healthcare workers in particular with a glut of new cases that, but for our political will, could have been prevented. I asked for an aye vote for at least a real report back on steps that are taken throughout the state, the country, and throughout the world, but so far not even analyzed in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, Mr. Blumenfield, you want to speak on this?
Yes, thank you. And in fact, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, I hope. So I think it's really important what you're doing, Mr. Koretz, in terms of getting this information. Masks are really important to prevent. It's not so much for the wear of the mask, but it's for everybody around them. Now, there's been some discussion about these, what I have in front of me, these masks that have the exhaler or one-way valve on them. The Bay Area has banned the use of these masks. And I've also heard people say that it's fine. And I had an emergency room doctor talk to me and say that it's not fine because the person who is wearing a mask like this with the respirator or exhale valve or one-way valve, they breathe out, their breath goes directly out, and they potentially could have the virus or particles, water particles on the to get out there. I'm not using the right term, but the point is, I'd like, as part of your report back, to ask about the safety, efficacy, and appropriateness of either requiring or banning masks that have these one-way valves on them.
Mr. Koretz, do you accept that friendly amendment, sir?
I guess so. I mean, it's not exactly speaking directly to my motion, which relates to expanding the uses of masks as opposed to all of the masks that we already use. But as long as we're doing the research on the subject, I don't see any reason why it couldn't be included. So
yeah, and the reason why I think it's particularly relevant is you're talking about requiring the use of masks, and if we require masks that don't actually do what they are supposed to do, then we're failing in our mission. Our mission is to protect people, and we need to know whether or not these one-way valves are protecting people or not before we require them to have, and we tell them what kind of masks they're required to get. So anyway, so I think it's relevant, but I appreciate your willingness, even if you don't think it's relevant, to at least get the information.
It's fine with me.
So you've accepted it? Okay, thank you. Mr. Buscaino? Mr. Buscaino, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Kretz, thanks for leading on this. I'm inclined to support the motion and the report back. I was a little bit hesitant on supporting an ordinance, but I appreciate you, Paul, for moving on a report back. Because, in light of a declaration of emergency, let's be reminded that there's one person in charge leading the health and safety of the city, and that's the mayor. So I want to make sure we don't, we ask for something that will come back, and the decisions that we're making, we know that Mayor Garcetti is working hand in hand in conversation with public health experts across the street at the county. So just for me, it's, going back to the command and control of an operation and of an emergency, and I want to make sure we respect that.
Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, and the report back, my interests and concerns are with respect to enforcement. Who is going to enforce this? As we've seen throughout the country. I appreciate the motion, but I note that we see unequal enforcement taking place throughout the country. If you're African American and you're in New York, you get pummeled if you don't have your mask. But if you're white and a Trumpster, you can go around the Capitol and flaunt the laws of the state. Or if you're in Orange County, you can get drunk, foolishly drunk, and flaunt the laws of the state with no objection from their local government with respect to illegal activity. And so I'm concerned about both, one, who will enforce this, how will it be enforced, and how we ensure, you've raised this concern, that we have equal enforcement in our city. And so I would like us to address those concerns in the report back, what's gone on throughout the nation and how we can avoid discriminatory enforcement throughout the city. And also, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm always open to supporting reports backs to hear on, especially when it comes to the medical advice on issues facing us that might protect us further from COVID-19. I just wanted to be careful because, people, I know in my community, I see people cooped up in their homes. They want to get out, they're walking around. But what I've noticed is that people are respecting the social distancing, and walking around with a mask on your face it's already hard to breathe, and you're trying to get some exercise out there. So while I'm going to support the motion back, I just want everyone to consider that when this comes back, that people are already feel confined as is, and just be careful about confining them even more while they're outside with their people who are in the house. My wife and I go on a walk every single night, and if someone comes up to us, we move over, or they move over. We maintain that distance. And so while I wouldn't support that today, if that was the motion, a report back I will support. So thank you, Councilman Kurtz.
That's what we do.
Back to you, Mr. Koretz, to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just point out that we do request options for enforcement, and we do look to cities such as Laredo, Texas, that have recognized that we have to give communities of color some additional options. I will also note, other than the areas that are the least dense, there are many, many cases. If you walk a dog on a regular basis, you see people walking past you without social distancing, chatting with their neighbors without social distancing and masks. And it continues to be an opportunity for spread. So it's at least worth consideration. And I suspect if you polled the community and said, well, you have a choice. We'll reach a point where we can open up more quickly and safely, but you have to wear a mask. Do you want your job back, or do you want to wear a mask? Do you want to have your business reopened, or do you want to mandate that your customers wear masks? I think it's an easy choice, and it's an easy choice that is being made every single day in additional cities and countries and counties all over the country, all over the world. We are behind the times considerably, and I hope we catch up as quickly as possible.
All right, seeing no other members on the queue, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
And this is for item 16 as amended. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this item is adopted as amended.
Okay, let's move on to item number 9. This was called special for an amending motion by Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez,
Thank
you
you,
wish to
Madam-
speak on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and colleagues. Item number 9 is, as we've discussed, we're all working very diligently to try and support many of the mom and pop restaurant owners in our districts by trying to help meet some of the immediate needs that we have in our districts and trying to support them. We know that it's far less expensive to save a business than it is to start a new one. And while we see so many restaurateurs that have put so much on the line, unlike some of these corporate entities, we just finished having the conversation, in fact, with respect to the hoteliers that have been beneficiaries of millions of dollars of taxpayer money. This is a conversation about making sure that we right a circumstance right now of what people are living through. And when so many of these businesses are the cornerstone of our local economies, providing jobs, providing that cultural activity, this would provide just a breath for businesses, those small mom and pop restaurants that we all enjoy and want to help and support. When we talk about what Los Angeles does, we are the example for the rest of the country to follow. And so with that, I'd like to again ask your support and your aye vote with the amendment that, again, we instruct the city attorney to prepare and present a draft ordinance that would enact a 1-year gross receipts tax holiday for full service and limited service restaurants for the 2020 tax year, which would exempt participation of corporate and franchise owned establishments. And I ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. I fully support what you're doing, and we've got to help out our small restaurants. I did have a question. I've had other issues where trying to distinguish between the types of businesses, you weren't legally allowed to do that, and I want us to be able to do it the way you're saying it. So I wanted to ask the city attorney if there are any issues with that. Is the city attorney available?
Let's bring up Mr. Michelson to the table.
So just to clarify, is the code, does it allow us to distinguish between certain restaurants in the same category, so that we can make sure that we're really focusing this on the mom and pops and not on the Starbucks or the corporately owned restaurants? Because I think it's a really good idea.
Good afternoon, council members. David Michelson, Office of the City Attorney. It's a good question. There are limitations imposed upon jurisdictions when they are distinguishing between taxpayers who otherwise might appear to be similarly situated as businesses. So that's something we're going to have to take a look at. But we will do our best, certainly, to meet the intent of the council in trying to bring forth an ordinance that accomplishes what you're contemplating. But until we have a chance to really dig our teeth into it, it's hard to give you a firm answer.
We're not prohibited from doing it, you don't think?
I'm not prepared to say that at this very moment, but we'll look at it very quickly, and if there's any way to get it done, we'll do it.
Okay. And then the other question I had on this, because again, I think it's a really great idea. I wonder if there is a way to do it where the cost of it would become reimbursable. Because as it is now, if we just eliminate the gross receipts for these folks, it could be up to $10 million, but it comes completely out of our hide as a city. If there were a way to make the gross receipts like a reimbursable expense that the city would give for COVID-related issues, would that make it reimbursable, or is there a way to write this so that it is becomes a reimbursable expense so that we can give some of the tab to Uncle Sam or to Uncle Gavin? City Attorney, do you have any opinion on that or thoughts on whether there's a way to do that legally?
Dave Michelson. That's certainly a factor that we'll consider when we work on it. Absolutely. Okay, well then, I don't know if does it need just to know the intention of it, or does it need a clarification amendment just to, as you bring, because you're being asked to bring back the ordinance, which I get, and I want to make haste, although I guess theoretically nothing changes. Nobody's doing anything till February 29th anyway. Is when they would actually have to write that check. So the urgency isn't, it's urgent because we want to show our restaurants that we are with them. But in terms of the actual time urgency, they have until February to pay those gross receipts. So I just want to make sure that when you come back with an ordinance, if there is a way to come back with one that creates a reimbursable expense of in some way, shape, or form, that you bring that as an option. So this is Dave Michelson again. Yes, we will consider that alternative. We will also work with Office of Finance and the CLA's office. If we need further clarification, we'll certainly come back to the council quickly.
Okay, so I don't need to make any amending motion. You've got the intent there. Okay, great. Thank you. With that, I support it.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I certainly support the sentiment behind this amendment and would love to be able to support it. But for some of the reasons that my colleagues have already brought up, this is the kind of thing that under all circumstances should be considered by the Budget and Finance Committee before it comes back to Council. Gross receipts tax will not be due until almost springtime next February. We have the time to be able to consider these issues that my colleagues have raised and to work it out and to come up with the correct definitions that both will protect us from giving away tax revenues to those who don't need it, and ensuring that we are actually stimulating economic recovery by those who do need it. So I would ask that that part of this motion be brought back to let me restate that. I would ask that any draft ordinance relating to the gross receipts tax be brought to Budget and Finance before it's considered by full council, and that we have the opportunity to consider budgetary impacts of those lost revenues, as well as the potential benefits and how best to target that ordinance to where it will make the most difference for economic recovery.
This is Dave Michelson with City Attorney. Our office would actually appreciate and encourage doing just as Councilmember Krikorian has mentioned. There'll be some findings that'll be necessary to support an ordinance, and having it go to the committee and have it vetted that way would be helpful.
Ms. Rodriguez? Oh, Mr. Krikorian, were you done?
Yeah, I guess I would just ask, I'm not sure if this is best directed to the council president or to Ms. Rodriguez, that ordinance be referred to Budget and Finance before it comes back to council.
Mr. Krikorian, without objection, I would refer that matter also to Budget and Finance. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, and thank you, Madam President. I guess my concern is, when we talk about, for example, some of the relief efforts, and we're talking about the small restaurateurs, for example, we're trying to plug a gap with some of the emergency funding for programs as we did yesterday that haven't quite trickled down to actually supporting many of those small businesses. We're talking 6%. We're talking about at our highest point maybe being about 1% of revenues that we're actually potentially talking about in the context of this conversation. With respect to the budgetary process, I fully respect that process, but the timeliness of this situation in triaging and helping these small restaurateurs that are struggling out there, I would just ask that my colleagues understand the incredible sense of urgency. I know many of you do because we're in the process of triaging for them right now, that we don't have a lot of time. And when we talk about the amount of money that we're potentially discussing here, it's really negligible for the multi-billion-dollar organization that we are in this city. So I would just urge that we still accelerate this conversation because it's just for the purposes of jobs, for the purposes of the survivability. And again, when so many restaurateurs have put so much on the line, those that actually make it, when we know that more than 50% fail within the first year, those that have made it have struggled to do so even in the context of COVID-19. The relief that we're talking about here is one that we could satisfy I think with respect to us saving jobs and saving this industry with this little lift. So I, of course, respect the need for it to be vetted through Budget and Finance, but I, again, want to really ask with this sense of urgency that we bring this back as quickly as possible because people are, they're struggling out there to make it. And some of the programs that we've adopted have not yet benefited them. We saw the failures in PPP, for example. And so while we're seeking the support of so many other legislative entities to help provide and help meet the needs on Main Street, we have an opportunity to do that collectively here as a body. And I think make a very small investment to help fulfilling that need. So, again, I appreciate that. I look forward to this item coming back to the ordinance with the vetting of the city attorney. Obviously, we'll find all of the different, checking all the boxes and making sure that we are compliant with respect to that. But I'll accept that friendly amendment and just urge that this moves as quickly as possible to help meet the needs of folks that we're all trying to help in our neighborhoods.
Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to really thank Councilmember Rodriguez for coming up with this motion and pushing it forward. And I just want to echo her sentiment of how important it is to move this as quickly as possible. This is, I understand the very difficult situation that we're in and the difficult budget that we're going to be looking into in the coming years. And as the budget committee does their long and laborious and hard work, especially during this time, it's going to be very hard on everyone. And it's going to be a lot of sacrifices all around. But, I really feel that we are asking everybody is making sacrifices, and I believe we as the city of LA also has to make that sacrifice as well. We're asking the federal government, we're asking everyone to help and tighten their belts, and I feel that we have to do the same as well. And another reason for quickly expediting this as soon as possible is the fact that a lot of these businesses, I do understand the gross receipts tax is going to be due next February. However, businesses need to plan. They're still trying to plan right now on how they're going to once the Safer at Home is lifted, how they're even going to come back into business. They're trying to properly plan how they're going to rehire, how their new restaurant is going to look like, and what their revenue is going to be. So for them to be able to properly plan what their tax bill is going to be is also going to help them figure out how to come back to the new normal. So I think it's important for these businesses to know if they're going to get some sort of a break so that they can properly financially plan for their return. But I really want to thank Councilman Rodriguez, but I really do appreciate the difficulty that we are placed in and the difficulty that the Budget Committee is going to have to work through. But this is something that I fully support, and thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez, for bringing this forth. We've been in CD12, and I know the city, we've always been looking ways to, eliminate the business tax to incentivize more businesses, not only to come to the city of Los Angeles, but if they're succeeding here, a reason more for them to stay. I know that's a huge bandage for us to rip off in normal budget times, to just eliminate the business tax altogether. So what we did was a few years ago, what Council District 12 was to eliminate it for new car dealerships. And what have we seen? We've seen an increase in new car dealerships by 20% since that time, relocating to the city of Los Angeles. Now, we've been looking for different industries to possibly be that next industry to exempt from it. And I can't think of a better one than the restaurant industry right now, with all that they're going through to support and be that next step in removing that business tax. So I support this 100%, and I just appreciate Councilmember Rodriguez for bringing this forward.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members. And Ms. Rodriguez, thank you. I share your sense of urgency for sure on this issue, and I appreciate your comment, and I appreciate your acceptance of having this come to Budget and Finance. Members, I just want to make kind of a closing comment on this, and it's not so much pertinent to this exact issue, but the flow of some of this conversation. I feel that it's important to remind us all of the devastating budgetary impact that this city is going to face. The gross receipts tax for this city pays for our fire department. So if we start talking about eliminating the gross receipts tax, I need someone to explain to me how we're going to pay for the fire department, because that's how much the gross receipts tax brings in. So it's important that we target any relief on the gross receipts tax where it's going to either produce more revenues, produce more jobs, keep businesses afloat. And that's what I believe Ms. Rodriguez is going to do with this. I absolutely do. I think this is an important step to take, and I want to take that. But when we start talking about wholesale reductions in the gross receipts tax, which the business community has been hammering this council on now for years without any evidence, not a bit of evidence that it's going to make any difference in bringing new business into Los Angeles, I need us to remember that this is going to be a major part of how we balance our budget and stay afloat and be able to provide all the services that we want to provide to our constituents next year. Now, gross receipts tax is already going to be drastically reduced because gross receipts have been drastically reduced. So all of the businesses that are suffering are already going to pay significantly less in tax because their gross receipts have gone down. But even at that, keep in mind, individual businesses with in the restaurant, at the restaurant rate of tax, individual businesses that bring in $5 million a year in gross receipts tax pay about $500 a month in tax. So for $5 million in revenues, about $500 a month in tax. So that's important, but it's not going to be the sort of thing that is that is going to pay for a vast number of new jobs. So that's why we need to focus this on where it's going to have the most impact. And I think certainly if we were to direct this at larger corporate-owned restaurant chains, and I'm so glad that Ms. Rodriguez has already excluded that, that's an example of where the business community has tried to lead us often, where we're essentially going to be subsidizing big corporate businesses that are already going to be doing business here anyway. So I just feel like I need to remind us of that, because we're about to go into the discussion of next year's budget, and you're going to be hearing terrible, terrible news about where we stand. So I don't want this to come as any big shock when we talk about where our revenues are for next year, while we're already talking about reducing potential revenues in certain areas. So I will absolutely commit to move this as quickly through our process as we can and work with the city attorney so that we get this back before the council as quickly as we can for consideration. But I feel like we need to consider it in that context as well.
Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, did you wish to speak on this item again? Mr. Lee, I see your virtual hand up. That's why I'm asking if you want to speak on this item again.
No.
No, okay, thank you. Seeing no more members on the queue, let's go ahead and vote on this item as amended. Item number 9. Please call the roll.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Puscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
14 ayes, this item is adopted as amended.
Okay, members, let's move on to item 13. This was called special by Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Bonin. Mr. Krikorian, we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members. So the reason that I wanted to address the first recommendation on this is similar to what I just discussed with regard to the last matter, and that is the impact on our general fund status for next year. All of the important items.
There's a dog there barking, guys.
All of the important items, I'm not sure who that was. All of the important items that some of the public speakers had addressed are making an enormous difference in communities around our city right now. And neighborhood councils are, in fact, right now, spending money that's vitally important for our COVID-19 response. So I want to make sure everyone understands, first of all, that this rollover issue has been a matter of discussion for a decade. And as it stands right now, a neighborhood council that has already encumbered funds for any purpose for this year, those funds will already be rolled over into next year. So what we're talking about are funds that have not been spent, have not been designated for anything, haven't been encumbered in any way. So those neighborhood councils who have spent the money, have decided, how they can help and have encumbered those funds, they won't be impacted by this. This is only going to impact funds that are not otherwise designated for any purpose, that a neighborhood council has not taken action, has not spent the money, and has not encumbered it in any way. So again, this is one of those things that I think we would all like to support, because we all want to make sure that we're not taking anything from our neighborhood councils that we all work closely with and well. But I just need to be the fly in the ointment, I guess, and remind us that every dollar that is rolled over is a dollar that's not being spent on street paving or any of the other priorities that we have, ambulance service and everything else. So I would ask that this just be considered as part of the overall budget process, as every priority that every member of this council has is going to be considered in the context of this budget. And if we start pulling out individual priorities and voting on them separately from the budget, we are not going to have a thoughtful, logical budget process to be able to come to the very difficult, very challenging decisions that we're going to be faced with in balancing a budget in this time of crisis. So if we are going to consider that rollover, again, in light of what I've indicated, which is that most of it rolls over anyway if it's been encumbered, if we are going to do that, I would ask that that be considered as part of the budget process as well, and be referred to budget and finance.
Mr. Bonin?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I'll apologize in advance. My internet seems to be getting a little glitchy as my son is online doing remote learning. As a member of the Budget and Finance Committee who's stuck in the same ointment as Mr. Krikorian, I totally get his perspective, and I think it makes sense. We can't make a budget appropriation for the coming fiscal year as part of this deliberation, but I wanted to see if perhaps I could finesse it based on a particular dynamic. We have neighborhood councils that have been tremendously supportive of mutual aid efforts, our own offices, neighborhood groups really helping, being on the front lines during this crisis, preparing meals, delivering food, you name it, they've been doing it. And they got sort of stuck in this sort of catch-22 no man's land for a while, where shortly after the pandemic hit, Dunn basically issued a directive telling them they can't meet, which I'm not entirely sure they're authorized to do by city charter. A few weeks later, on the 29th, I believe it was, the city attorney gave them some guidance saying, here's how you can meet in compliance with the Brown Act. And some of them did so because they had the advice of the city attorney. And part of their concern is some of their actions are now being advised may not be deemed official by the city, which is part of some of the other parts of this motion. And so they may need to meet again to reconsider stuff. And others that listened to the Dunn as opposed to city attorney, they didn't meet and have had a difficulty meeting. And so a lot of them have missed a window to expend their money. So perhaps as a modification to the rollover, because I get Mr. Krikorian's concern, we could give instructions to Dunn or the controller's office or whoever needs to do it, to give them more of a window towards the end of the fiscal year to get their books in order. Usually I think they're told they have to have everything done by the end of May. And I don't think that's going to work. If we can give them until June 20 or something like that, I think that might work.
I'd go a step further, Mr. Bonin, and say if the funds are encumbered by the end of the fiscal year, they should roll over. So right up until June 30th, it'd be fine with me, because that makes sense. I mean, they're spending the money now, they're encumbering the money now. It's always been our practice and tradition that at least for a number of years now, it's been our practice that if funds are encumbered, they will roll over. And so you're right, we should extend that time out, I think, until the end of the fiscal year, and that would be fine with me.
Great.
So, Mr. Bonin, you've accepted that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, clarification on that. This motion actually is co-authored by myself and Councilmember Bonin. I actually would not take that I would rather have a vote today, and I don't know. I would not want that friendly amendment because I get the pickle that we're in and the fact that we're trying to come up with a compromise. But even with the June 20th deadline, I just feel that that's not enough time. A lot of the neighborhood councils and Councilmember Bonin gave the most perfect backdrop of exactly the confusion and chaos that's going on. And even under the new guidance that neighborhood councils are starting to come up online again, it's taking a lot of time. And in many cases, they're getting little or no support. So they're trying to come online. And I don't know if June 20th is going to be enough time for them to put all their books in order. And what I'm really afraid about is in the month of May, this month and the first of next month, it's going to be a mad dash to spend money. And we want to make sure that this little amount of money is spent to the most best possible way possible, not just to spend just to spend. And I just want to really put the backdrop again that this pandemic is no fault of their own. This is literally smack in the middle and completely rechange their entire outlook and their planning. Some money that might have saved for a end of the year, some sort of big social event or big community gathering could no longer be done, can't be done anymore. And that money is now available, and for us to ask them to try to encumber those funds in the next couple of weeks does not seem ideal. But I really want to put it into perspective. We're talking about at most $1 million, but in reality, it might even be just $500,000. And as my colleagues have stated, the neighborhood councils have done a tremendous amount of work in their communities to support. Even many neighborhood councils, because they weren't meeting, neighborhood council members stepped up on their own and took money out of their pocket, expecting no reimbursement just to help other neighbors. So, and many are trying to meet so that they can use these funds for positivity in their neighborhoods. And when I say this is very minimal money, I mean, this amount of money I think goes a long way because it's from the community to the community. And we're talking about, remember, even before this, months before the pandemic, we already introduced a motion that says up to $10,000 will have an automatic rollover. So we're talking about the monies that are from $42,000 to about $10,000. So in reality, we're talking, it could be 5,000, couple of thousand, 10,000. And the fact that we're trying to ask the neighborhood councils to spend that money up or encumber it in the next couple of weeks might be difficult. So this is literally, if we talk about it, and we could get an assessment later on, but it might be just $250,000 or $500,000. And I think it's worth the goodwill that it brings and all the positivity that it brings because it leverages other dollars. And also neighborhood councils are the only one area where it's actually getting the biggest cut next year in the mayor's proposed budget. While there's like a 10% cut across the board, neighborhood councils, I believe, is getting a 25% cut. So the fact that we roll over these monies is only helping to even make up for the huge cut that they're going to be expected to get next fiscal year. So I think it's a little different than the gross receipts tax because it closes in, even if we extend it to June 20th, literally in a month, versus the gross receipts tax in the previous issue, which is going to be collected in February. So I really feel that we need to have the vote today and roll this over to show support for our neighborhood councils who have shown support for the council offices as well as the communities. So I don't know administratively how this works about the amendment. I asked the city clerk for guidance.
So for clarification, Councilmember Root, you're making a motion to keep recommendation number 1 as is?
Yes. Oh, with I believe Councilmember Bonin made an amendment. So his amendment, we accepted as a friendly.
Then
right?
You need a second for your motion to keep recommendation number 1 as is.
Okay, seeing none, that motion fails. Mr. Krikorian?
Wait, can I get a clarification on that? So
You made a motion, you didn't get a second, so that's why it failed. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Krikorian.
No. Actually, for clarification, it was Krikorian's motion, and I did not want to accept Krikorian's motion as a friendly.
So you made a motion to vote on the original motion without being amended.
No, but I'm asking for a clarification on the initial amendment that came out, Councilmember Krikorian's amendment, where it asked to be a friendly, and I'm saying it's not a friendly, but my co-author is thinking
Yeah, and that
friendly,
amendment friendly amendment was accepted by Mr. Bonin and got a second.
So is that's where I want to get a clarification. Doesn't both the authors have to? Yeah. So could I ask them for clarification just to get a Krikorian's amendment voted separately then?
Yes, that's the motion you just made. So, Mr. Krikorian.
No. The motion that the city clerk thought I made was I want to vote on the original version. But what I'm saying is if we could bifurcate, there's two amendments on the table. One from Councilmember Bonin, which I accepted as a friendly, and Councilmember, the co-author, who is also the co-author, is okay with that. But Councilmember Krikorian's amendment, one of the authors is willing to do it as a friendly, but I am not. So what I'm asking is, can we bifurcate the vote?
Mr. Root, yes, Mr. Root, because you did not accept Mr. Krikorian's friendly amendment, are you proposing a motion to vote on the original motion without Mr. Krikorian's second?
No, before I even make an amendment for that, I'm asking if we could bifurcate the two amendments.
No, you're either going to vote on the motion as amended or you're going to revert back to the original motion. Because you did not accept Mr. Krikorian's friendly amendment.
Right, so that's going to be voted separately.
Yes, you made a motion to,
no, I'm not making a motion, it's Krikorian's motion. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
We can vote separately on the friendly amendment.
I didn't hear what the clerk said.
The clerk's about to speak. Hold on, Mr. Krikorian.
If the council president prefers, we can bifurcate the item, as I believe is the request from Councilmember Ryu, and we can vote on the friendly amendment first. That was the one with Krikorian Bonin. And then we can vote on the item with the original Bonin amendment.
Yes, I would like that for the original Bonin amendment to be voted with the motion, and then for the Krikorian amendment to be voted second on a second vote.
Then for your motion to bifurcate, we need a second.
Well, no, it's not a motion. I'm not accepting the amendment as a friendly.
But you're asking for us to bifurcate the vote. So is anyone willing to second his vote to bifurcate? Yes or no?
No, Madam President, I'm not asking for I'm not asking for that. I'm asking that I do not want to accept it as a friendly. So therefore, it should be voted separately.
Sir, because you're not willing to accept the friendly amendment, you need to make a motion to bifurcate. This is what the clerk is asking you to do.
Can I get clarification from the city clerk? I think the city clerk said it could go both ways. City clerk, can we get a clarification on the...
Mr. Serafin, can you please clarify what our rules are to Mr. Ryu, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. So Mr. Ryu is seeking to divide the question, and according to the council rules, if you look on page 28, it requires a second.
So you're telling me as a co-author, I can't object to accepting the motion as amendment as a friendly?
You can object, and we heard you. You're objecting, so now you need a second to be able to bifurcate this vote.
I need a second to object.
I'll give you the second for the purposes of discussion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. So Mr. Koretz has seconded Mr. Ryu's motion to bifurcate this vote. Mr. Krikorian?
My hand's up. My virtual hand and my actual hand are both up.
I see you, Mr. Harris-Dawson. Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Harris-Dawson?
Okay, thank you. I really want to get clarification on this because it's quite confusing. Mr. Krikorian put an amendment on the floor. He asked for it to be friendly. One of the authors accepted, one of the authors did not. I don't understand how that amendment then doesn't have to be voted on. It got a second. It's on the floor. I don't hear the clerk responding to whether or not what happens to Mr. Krikorian's motion.
No,
once it's submitted. Usually we vote on the amendment before we go to the full vote. So it would be a moot point to make a motion to bifurcate. There's no bifurcation necessary.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquise. Dawson.
But we are going to be voting on both. We just needed to clarify for Mr. Rue that he needed to get a second for us to bifurcate this vote. So we're going to vote on both. Those are now on the floor. Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thanks for walking us through all of that. So I just wanted to respond briefly to some of Mr. Rue's points, most of which I fully agree with regard to the importance of the expenditures that our neighborhood councils make. And it certainly is the case that this is, in the scheme of things, a relatively small amount of money. And it certainly is the case that it would buy goodwill. But it would be irresponsible budgeting. And that is, those same statements could be made of many other things that each individual member would like us to do outside of the context of our disastrous budget outlook for next year. So I just want to urge all of my colleagues to adopt a perspective that the question before us is not whether things will buy goodwill, not whether it's a lot of money or a little bit of money. It's whether or not we can construct a budget that is balanced for next year, given the collapse of revenues that we've had. That's the question that's going to be before us every single time one of these things comes up. Now, in terms of the work that many of our neighborhood councils have done, I'd like you to consider also, Mr. Rue said that almost 2 months is not going to be enough time to encumber these funds. Well, then what do you say to your neighborhood councils that have been doing this work, that have been spending the money, that have managed to figure out how to go ahead and take care of their neighborhoods, when they are told, thanks for spending all of your money on your community. Now the neighborhood council in some other area that hasn't done anything, that hasn't made a plan, that hasn't gotten involved, that hasn't encumbered their funds, that hasn't met, they're going to have all of their money and then their additional allotment next year. There's an inequity in that I can't get my head around. And that's why the rollover fund issue has always been such a difficult thing to deal with when you're dealing with 100 neighborhood councils around the city, some of which are very active, very engaged, doing great work, some of which are almost completely dormant. So this is very bad budgeting practice to do this on the fly outside of the context of our budget. What would be the responsible thing to do would be to say, let's roll these funds over if, as Mr. Bonin agreed, if there can be any encumbrance of those funds between now and June 30th. That is almost 2 months from now. And if you know, a neighborhood council can't figure out how to encumber those funds by June 30th, it's also not going to be spending those funds because it wouldn't have had a meeting to be able to authorize the expenditures. So the spending it irrationally thing that Mr. Rue mentioned can't happen. So I just, folks, none of us wants to do this. Every one of us always wants to say yes to the requests that our neighborhood councils make. I've done more than my share of that and supporting neighborhood councils for a decade. But we're in a budget crisis and we have to do responsible budgeting, which means sitting down with all of the expenditures that we want to make, the minimal revenues that we're going to be able to have in a time of crisis, and making hard choices among things that we all want to do. That's the responsible way to budget. So, and I think we've achieved that with what Mr. Bonin has already agreed to accept in I guess what is now my motion before you to allow rollover of encumbered funds that are encumbered by June 30th and not otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Rue.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for taking 2 votes on this item now. And I do want to just respond quickly and ask my colleagues to vote against my colleague Krikorian's amendment, because this is not just about goodwill. This is about good work. And as we heard from our various neighborhood council leaders who came on the public comment earlier, they are actually using these monies to provide services to the most vulnerable in their communities. And as much as we in our council offices are very close to the ground and know our constituents well, many of these neighborhood councils know our constituents even better because they are even closer on the ground. And, and I do understand there might be some dormant neighborhood councils that might not be spending any money. And for those, I think there's no worry there, because if they haven't spent any money this past year, the likelihood is they won't spend any money next year. So even with the rollover, the following year, the city would be able to absorb any leftover funds. But, when I say by June 20th that they'll be scrambling to save this money, it's not that they don't know how to encumber these funds. Many neighborhood councils, because of the lack of clarity and confusion surrounding this, are just still trying to figure out how they could legally meet. And earlier on, we took a vote because some of the neighborhood councils who did take the advice we were told that all of that doesn't count. So they were told that it doesn't count. So these are the confusions that they have. And if there are any monies that are left over, yes, some neighborhood councils will have a little bit more to roll over than others. But this pandemic, even after the Safer at Home is lifted, we're not going to go back to normal in a month or two. This is going to be with us for months, if not years. So the fact that neighborhood councils have a couple of extra dollars to provide the direct services, targeted services in their neighborhoods is, I think, a positive thing. And I would also remind all of my colleagues that neighborhood council members are also elected members themselves. So yes, do we have some bad seeds? Yes. But for a majority of them are hardworking. They're all volunteering. They have been elected by their peers in their community. And I think a lot of them will use the money for the best interest possible. And as we have seen even now, when they couldn't even meet, where members have stepped up to deliver services for the community. So I would ask my colleagues that if we could vote to let these minimal amounts of money to be rolled over, so our neighborhood councils could spend it in their respective areas. Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian? Mr. Krikorian, you're on mute.
Yep. Thank you, Madam President. Just to close on this, yes, I agree with Mr. Rue. The neighborhood councils do extraordinary work. So yes, this is about doing good work. But the money that is in our budget for next year is also about our city employees who do good work, the services that our offices provide, that is good work, the firefighters around the city that do good work. All of the expenditures that we want to make are about doing good work. And my point is simply not whether somebody is worthy or not worthy. It's that we have a budget that is facing potential catastrophe for this city. And it's just irresponsible for us to pick and choose, independent of that process, favored good work over those that, are good work, but we don't have an advocate who wants to raise it right now as a separate issue. All of the good work needs to be weighed one against the other, as we always do in the budget process. And this needs to be done in a responsible way. Doing these one-off things is not responsible. So that's my point. It has nothing to do whether, they're worthy or not worthy. Of course they are. Of course it is. We either believe in having a budgetary process where we weigh things and evaluate things and make hard choices, or we don't. Or we're just going to do budgeting by popularity. And if that's the case, then we're going to have a lot of difficulty getting through fiscal year 2021. I can tell you that right now. So it's not the amount of money. It's not the popularity of this. It's not whether or not neighborhood councils are doing good work. It's whether this council is going to have the discipline to have a budgetary process that respects the challenge that we're facing. So with that, I would ask for your support of the amendment that Mr. Bonin accepted to allow encumbered funds that are encumbered between now and June 30th to roll over and not otherwise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Seeing no more members on the queue, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote. We're going to take 3 votes on item number 13. The first vote is to bifurcate.
That is correct. So actually there are 4 votes for item 13. The first vote is going to be on the Rue-Koretz motion to bifurcate. The second vote will be on the Krikorian-Bonin motion, which Mr. Krikorian just clarified, which would allow NC funds to be rolled over if encumbered by June 30th. The third vote is the earlier amendment made by Bonin, Martinez, Rue, and that was to instruct the city clerk and Dunn to recognize and facilitate actions taken by the neighborhood councils during their telephonically conducted meetings. And then the fourth vote will be on 13 as amended by motions that were passed.
Okay, go ahead and call the roll.
All right, so the first vote is on bifurcation. Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
No.
Buscaino.
No.
Cedillo.
No.
Harris Dawson. Weezer.
No.
Koretz. Krikorian.
No.
Lee.
No.
Martinez.
No.
O'Farrell.
No.
Price.
No.
Rodriguez. Rue.
I'll vote yes, but this vote doesn't really matter because we're bifurcated anyways. But yes.
Wesson.
No.
Oh. That was a no. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the second vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and tally.
1 aye, 14 noes. This item fails.
So the next vote is on the Krikorian-Bonin motion. And again, this is the amending motion to allow the NC funds to be rolled over if encumbered by June 30th, 2020. Mr. Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino?
Aye.
Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo?
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson?
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer?
Yes.
Koretz? Krikorian?
Aye.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
O'Farrell?
Aye.
Price?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Aye.
Rue?
No.
Wesson?
Aye.
14 ayes, 1 no. This item passes.
Okay, let's move on to the third vote.
And this is on the amending motion, Bond and Martinez Rue. Mr. Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino?
Aye.
Cedillo?
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson?
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer?
Yes.
Koretz?
Aye.
Krikorian?
Aye.
Lee?
Aye.
Martinez?
Aye.
O'Farrell?
Aye.
Price?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Rue?
Aye.
Wesson?
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes. This item passes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the final vote on this item.
Yes, and that's 13 as amended. Blumenfield?
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin?
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino?
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell. Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
It's good to me.
Wesson, aye.
15 ayes, this item passes.
As amended.
Okay, thank you. Members, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back to finish off the last two items. Thank you. Start our meeting again. In session. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
You're on, boss.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Someone call
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo. Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson present.
Cedillo present.
Thank you. Weezer.
Here.
Koretz.
I'm here.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Here.
Wesson.
Wesson is here, even though I'm going to move over to Cedillo's to help him. I'll be 6 feet apart, but Gilbert needs some help.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on to item number 1. This was called special by Mr. Lee.
His ass is gone now.
Yep, that's what that mute button is for. Gotta
Colleagues,
use it.
you know, while I support this item, I just think it's important that obviously we need to pay as much attention to renters and try to help out as many people as possible. And I support this. I support this item. All I'm asking is for a second for someone to ask for a study to come back, a report to come back to this council for after all this is over, to help make some of these property owners whole. Like sometimes we ask these property owners to make capital improvement projects, whether it be like seismic retrofitting, and they're doing it at the benefit of their residents. And so that process sometimes takes years to go through, and they incur the cost, and the city then allows them to increase their rent by a very nominal amount, maybe over 10 years. It could be like $20 per unit over 10 years, but to help them become whole. If this, when this passes, hopefully today, they may be restricted from putting some of those things. And I don't want to disincentivize future people from trying to make these improvements. It's very important, obviously, that we not only keep as much affordable housing available as possible, but obviously to keep it in the best condition as possible as well. So I'm asking if somebody would please second a motion just to have a study back on from CAO, CLA, from HCID and the City Attorney's Office on ways that we could possibly make them whole in the future.
That's a fair ask. I'll second that.
Yeah. Wait, is this on?
I could actually accept it as a friendly.
Here we go with the
I'd
friendlies.
appreciate that, Councilman Rue. Yeah, if you could accept that as a friendly amendment, I'd appreciate that very much.
Yes, I'll accept it as a friendly.
Okay. I don't think we need to bifurcate. Okay. Bye.
Hold on for just a second. The other maker of the motion was Mr. Bonin.
Okie doke. So, Mr.
I am not in a mischievous mood, so I will accept it as friendly to prevent a repeat of what just happened.
I appreciate that very much, Mr. Bonin.
Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo, did you want to speak on item number 1?
I know, unmute. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So I'm in favor, obviously, of the amendment, and I'll tell you why. It's the way I feel about this and the other proposals before us this morning. I think we need to be tenant focused. And in some of these instances, we are not thinking about unintended consequences, matters of time, efficiency, effectiveness, impact on tenants. And so in this instance, in many instances, you'll see that this 3% is what the cost is of maintenance for buildings. And so I think we should dial down specific. If someone is using their rent increase to maintain their buildings, that means there's a landscaper who's getting paid. And that landscaper probably lives in my district. If someone is using their 3% to maintain their building, there's probably a handy person who's in the building. There's probably a janitor. There's probably some people who maintain the building. I, as one of the few apartment residents in the city, on the city council, and those people most likely live in my district as well. They're frequently, in fact, I have yet to see anybody other than Latinos. They rely on their job as a landscaper for an apartment or a maintenance person or a janitor. They rely on those jobs so that they themselves can rent their apartments. And so I think it's important for us that when we make these decisions, that we look at these in a holistic manner. We look at the complexities involved. We look at the impacts, both intended, what are we trying to accomplish, and the unintended impacts. And I want to make sure that as well-intentioned as we are, we're not displacing landscapers, maintenance people, janitors, security people who are, as I said, most likely to be Latinos or African-American, that we're not having an adverse impact on them and their ability to pay their rent. So for that reason and others, I support the proposal.
Okay, I see no other members on the queue. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and take a vote on this item.
As amended.
What's before us?
Madam
Madam
President?
Clerk, we're going to take 2 votes. Could you just explain what they are?
Correct. The first vote will be on the amendment, the Lee Buscaino amendment to request the report back.
Wasn't that accepted as a friendly? As accepted as friendly by Councilman Rue and Bonin.
It was. The council president has the option of taking 2 votes.
Yes, we're going to
So
take...
the first vote will just be on the amendment to have the report back.
That's correct. Go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian. Krikorian. Oh, recused.
Krikorian and Mr. Price have both been recused from this item, and item 1 and item 3 as well.
Thank
Continue.
you. Krikorian recused. Lee. Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, this amendment passes.
And the next vote will be on the ordinance.
Go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo. Cedillo. Harris Dawson. Harris Dawson on the ordinance. Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian. And Krikorian is recused. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price is recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
11 ayes, this item is adopted. The ordinance will be held over 1 week for second consideration to May 13th.
Can you repeat the count again, please?
That was 11 ayes.
Was Mr. Cedillo counted in that last vote?
Mr. Cedillo, and hold on for just a second, members. Mr. Cedillo and Mr. Harris Dawson did not vote. Let's do the roll call one more time. I'm not sure if they stepped away from their computer.
And this is the roll for the ordinance for item number 1. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Weezer.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Starting to support.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, this item is adopted.
All right, let's move on to item number 3, and this was called special by Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Is HSID available? We call them. And City Attorney?
City Attorney is here. We did not. No one made a request for HSID to be here, so they're not here. But City Attorney's office is. Mr. Michelson, do you want to come up to the table?
We asked HSID to be here, but okay.
You asked HSID to be here. They're not here.
Okay.
Mr. Michelson, you prepared to take questions from Mr. Lee?
Certainly. Good afternoon, council members.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Mr. Michelson, just wanted to know, HSID has the ability to possibly do enforcement to, enforce the renter protections ordinance, correct?
Dave Michelson with City Attorney. HSID has the ability to do enforcement. Indeed, this proposed ordinance amending the temporary tenant protection law that you all enacted a few weeks ago, this ordinance contemplates that HSID would be doing some level of enforcement and issuing, for instance, A citations, which are civil citations, and potentially even criminal misdemeanor, criminal referrals, depending on the severity of the underlying conduct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Michelson. Colleagues, like other times before us, there's no reason to rush into this ordinance. It's, all I'm asking from this council is 1 week to look at all the different options. I think it's extremely important for us all at this time, understanding that every single decision that we make has ramifications for a very, very, very long time. And so I'm asking that this council just look at the other options of possibly getting a report back from HSID and the city attorney's office on setting up a structure where HCID can then enforce the renters protections, and to take a look at that next week. We want to help tenants as quickly as possible. We want to help them with their resolutions. By entering this into the legal system, things can be delayed for years. And I personally think that maybe HCID might be a quicker way to set these fines. I don't want fines set for if the wind takes away a notice and residents aren't noticed that now they have the ability to file a lawsuit against the property owners. I want to make sure that this is well thought out. And next week, if we as the council decide that passing this is a better decision than having HCID enforce it, and I'd like also to ask HCID to report back on possible fees that we can increase to have more enforcement, so we can try to make sure that when landlords are, improperly evicting people right now, or infringing on anybody's rights, or harassing them in any way, that we have that enforcement that can possibly visit them. So I'm asking for a second for a motion that we get a report back, that we hold this on the table for 1 week and get a report back from HCID to hear about all the different options that might be in front of us to enforce the renters' protections.
This is Dave Michelson with City Attorney. If I might just add briefly, the private right of action that our office included in this draft ordinance, and as requested in the council motion that's here before you today and already acted on today, the private right of action provision is not unique, it's not novel. Indeed, various forms of the private right of action provision appear in probably no less than 12 other city existing regulatory laws, whether it's the minimum wage ordinance, citywide hotel worker minimum ordinance, grocery worker ordinance. Indeed, just over the last few weeks, your council adopted the right of recall, the worker retention, and the supplemental paid sick leave. All these have a private right of action. It just provides another opportunity for individuals, in this case tenants, to seek out a remedy if they've been wronged under the ordinance.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Michelson. It's just that, courts aren't able to hear anything now, and again, a court process could take years. I'm not disagreeing with you that other people have taken this direction. I just feel as a council, just because another city has done it doesn't, I don't understand the argument that just because another city has done it, that we should do it as well. I want to just make sure it's thoughtful, that we see if HCID is able to do this and enforce it in a way, and we can really truly protect renters' rights, quickly in an efficient way. I think that we should, as a council, maybe be able to just hold off on a week. There's no urgency that this happens today. Courts aren't even hearing these cases right now. So if we just have it 1 week, wait for a report back, just to see what our options are.
Dave Michelson again. Clearly this is a policy decision for the council, and our office absolutely respects that. Just two quick follow-ups. One, what I said a minute ago actually was not in reference to other municipalities, other cities or counties. I was just making reference to your own city of Los Angeles. Municipal code and administrative code has probably close to a dozen other ordinances that currently include the private right of action. And in terms of delay, absolutely it's the prerogative of council, but understand that any delay also delays the availability of the remedy. These remedies would only begin to apply once the ordinance comes into play.
I don't understand why they would only come into play if we pass the private right of action. If we set these as a council, if we've set these renters protection laws, and then we have HCID as our enforcement arm, they're not able to enforce those laws?
So Dave Michelson with City Attorney, there are a number of important parts of this draft ordinance that's before you today. For instance, one of the provisions will prevent a property owner from attempting to take the tenant's government relief money that may be coming to that tenant. There's been reports that some, certainly not all obviously, but there's been some landlords who have through coercive efforts, sought to really get their hands on the government relief money that's coming to a tenant. So one of the provisions of this ordinance would prohibit that conduct from taking place. There's other provisions of the ordinance, including civil penalties, that really would only begin to apply once this draft ordinance is adopted and enacted into law.
Well, like I said, I agree. We need to be going after these people, and that's why I'm asking if we can delay this 1 week to have HSID report back to us if they can enforce this without delaying this through a private right of action. If people are being coerced, if people are being, bullied, if people are being harassed, we want to make sure that we take care of this as soon as possible. So, like I said, Council, I'm just asking for 1 week to have a report back from HSID to see if they would have their enforcement arm can enforce this, to make sure that the renters' protections are truly being followed.
Mr. Buscaino?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And falling in line with the same line of questioning from Mr. Lee as it relates to the private right of action, and I'm willing to second his motion just to get more information. The bottom of page 4 of the drafted ordinance in front of us, there's language in this section that allows a court to require a tenant to pay attorney fees of the landlord if the court finds the lawsuit to be frivolous. So I'm concerned that we're creating an incentive for shady lawyers to represent tenants on contingency and then file frivolous lawsuits against landlords that can leave tenants responsible for paying thousands of dollars in legal fees, especially in light of in a city that we speak multiple languages, and we're proud of that. But I just don't want these attorneys taking advantage of tenants who aren't educated enough on the right of private action. So maybe, Mr. Michelson, can you explain to us situations in which a court might determine a tenant's lawsuit is frivolous?
So as Dave Michelson with City Attorney's Office, I will first make note that as recently as just a few weeks ago, your council adopted a number of ordinances such as the right of recall to protect workers and right of retention to protect workers, both of which had private action, and both of those provisions allowed attorney's fees to be paid to employers in the event that workers brought frivolous lawsuits. So the concept is not novel in that sense, and I think we've got other laws here in the city of Los Angeles that also provide for sort of a reciprocal opportunity to some extent for attorney's fees for frivolous actions that are brought. There's probably a multitude of examples where a landlord defends successfully an action brought by a tenant, and the landlord could request the judge to consider whether the tenant's action was actually frivolous. It wasn't just the tenant loss, but that the tenant really had no basis whatsoever, no good faith facts that would support the tenant bringing that lawsuit. I'm not suggesting there'll be many of those, but to the extent that occurred, the landlord would have the opportunity to request the court to issue the attorney's fees. Ultimately, it's the judge's decision. The judge will weigh the various factors that are before that judge as to whether indeed that tenant's action was frivolous. It would be unusual for a judge to determine it's frivolous, but it is absolutely an opportunity available to the court.
Would the city then be allowed to making the tenant's lawyer responsible for the payment of legal costs instead of the tenant themselves, if indeed the lawyer has taken on the case on a contingency basis, or would that be up to the judge?
No, I think that's probably an issue that's in the purview of the California State Bar and the retainer agreements that are entered into between lawyers and their clients and that relationship. My inclination is to answer that the city would not have the ability to sort of intrude into that. That's something we could look into, but I think the answer is probably going to be no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Cedillo?
Yes. This is consistent. Can you hear me, Madam President?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. So this is consistent with my prior statements. I want to make sure we have a tenant focus as we do this, as opposed to a tenant lawyer focus. We've had a series of experiences in the first district where many projects of affordable housing have been held up, remain held up out of the actions taken by, quote, tenant lawyers. And so they have their place and the court is where they're at. And so it's no surprise that this is what the call is. But I'm focused on tenants. Tenants have a right to an immediate resolution of their problem. And tenants should be able to exercise that option. I think Mr. Michelson could probably affirm that getting in front of Superior Court is not something that takes place instantaneously, not something that happens promptly. We can expect the courts to be full as they were before this COVID-19. And so we have a saying that says justice delayed is justice denied, and that we should create vehicles. We, the city of Los Angeles, should create vehicles for tenants so that their remedies are more current, more instant. Waiting years and years for a resolution does nothing for the tenants under these circumstances. There is an abundance of anecdotal evidence that gets offered about bad actors, but there's the other scenario where there's a lot of stuff that goes on that needs to be resolved between landlords and tenants that shouldn't wait for Superior Court. And so my suggestion, I support this being included in the review of the construction of the ordinance. I'm asking to amend it, that we give tenants an ability to get an immediate administrative resolution, that there's an opportunity to cure their grievance and them not having to wait to get to Superior Court, that we construct a rapid response administrative process within the city so that their concerns can be heard immediately. That they don't have to wait for a lawyer and file in Superior Court or wait for a class to be constructed so that they can get the remedy, but that they have this opportunity to get an immediate right of action, one that addresses their concerns today, contemporaneously, as opposed to waiting for civil court and waiting for some resolution down the road. That is the type of resolution that brings justice to tenants today. As we like to say in our office, real solutions to real problems now, and not wait and let. Remember, colleagues, we are policymakers. We're not lawyers. We're not going to benefit from this process. We're here to construct what is the most efficient and effective policy for our constituents. And those are the tenants in my district. I am a tenant, but I also have 90% of my district are tenants. And so I'm speaking on their behalf. I'm speaking on those who have to wait too long for their lawyers to file. In some instances, the lawyers don't even file on time. And then they come back to our committees to then raise their claim with us when they failed in Superior Court. I think our tenants deserve more, and they deserve it sooner, and they deserve it now. As I stated, justice delayed is justice denied. And so I want to amend this that as this ordinance gets drawn up, because I support the right to the private action, but more than that, I support a right to an immediate action for tenants, and ask that this be incorporated, Mr. Michelson, that you draw up a scheme that can bring an immediate resolution, working with HCID and working with the tenants as at their choice, and then with the landlords.
That's a motion that Correct second.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield? I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney, were you going to answer that?
So is Dave Michelson with City Attorney's Office. Certainly our office would be thrilled to work with HCID to see whether there is another avenue, another tool in the toolbox that could be designed and put forth, brought back to your council. But that I think is outside of this particular ordinance that's before you here today. I'm not sure if you're suggesting specific language for this ordinance, or whether you're looking to have this ordinance be adopted today, but on a parallel track, working with HCID and getting assistance and guidance from HCID as to what other tools in the toolbox could be brought forward.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Mr. City, I'm going to ask you to clarify, because we have an ordinance before
Michael,
us.
for your clarity, I am suggesting this amends the ordinance. It's not beyond the scope, but within the scope. That we go back to being tenant focused, give tenants the option, right? So there's a step process that the tenants have an option to avail themselves to a more immediate resolution within HCID. So this is within the scope before they choose and exercise their right to cause of action, that before they do that, that they have an option. That this is tenant driven, and that the tenant has an option to go to HCID and say, hey, I have this problem with my landlord. They try to take my stimulus money. I think that was inappropriate, and that they are able to get an immediate response rather than wait 6, 7 years down the road to see whether or not they were right or wrong. At that point, whether they were right or wrong will be a moot point. I say to you, given the complexities of their life, the challenges of it, that an immediate resolution is what they merit. They merit it from the city of Los Angeles, and I think the city can provide it. And so I ask that you construct that into this ordinance so that we won't have this ordinance, but that the tenants and the tenants' interests are driving this ordinance to private action or their choice of an immediate justice through an administrative action with the city behind them. Is that clear, sir?
This is Dave Michelson with City Attorney. Until HCID provides to the council and to our office, quite frankly, what that actually looks like, there's no ability that I'm aware of to actually put it into this draft ordinance. We'd like to do that, and we will do it as quickly as humanly possible once we hear from HCID as to what that might look like, what process HCID either has currently in place or could design and put in place relatively quickly. My only suggestion is maybe not hold up this ordinance moving forward today, but to, on a parallel track, hear from HCID as to how best to get that done and how fast to get that done. And if it then needs to be amended further into this ordinance, certainly we're happy to do that, and we will in our office do that very quickly. I want to be responsive as I can, Councilmember Cedillo, so I'm hoping that's answering your question.
Sir, let me suggest that I really do appreciate you not being responsive.
I have Mr. Rushmore. He just logged on, so if we want to hear from him, can we go to Mr. Rushmore so we can have him answer that question? Mr. Cervantes,
yeah, Madam President, council
in?
members, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the question. If you could repeat that, and then I'll also provide my input. I didn't hear that last question. I'm sorry.
Mr. Michelson?
This is Dave Michelson. Mr. Cervantes, I believe what Councilmember Cedillo is suggesting is adding yet an additional tool in the toolbox here in the city by including a mechanism or process within HCID where a tenant who feels that and believes that their rights are not being adhered to by the landlord in this temporary tenant protection during the time of COVID, that tenant, in addition to bringing a private right of action, in addition to HCID maybe pursuing an ACE citation, that tenant would have some other recourse within HCID for more immediate action where the tenant, instead of having to go to court, or in addition to going to court, the tenant could go to HCID and try to get some form of quicker relief from HCID for a landlord who may not be faithfully following the law. And again, the vast majority of landlords in the city clearly are trying to do the right thing, but we are talking about some landlords who are taking advantage of tenants, and we need tools to deal with that.
Great. Mr. Michelson, thank you very much for that clarification. I understood the question. So first, let me just say that HCID currently has a robust network of service providers that answer complaints all the time from both landlords and tenants. And HCID works very closely with the city attorney's office, wherein if we're unable to get any type of resolution, then we work closely with the city attorney's office to package a case to the city attorney's office. Now, the ideal situation is that we're able to educate both the landlords and tenants as to what their rights and responsibilities are on both sides of the equation and come up with a reasonable solution. That does not mean that we always end up with a reasonable solution. So there are opportunities, or there are situations when we do end up having to refer to the city attorney's office. It really comes down to capacity of both HCID and the city attorney's office to take on this particular new level of work that will come online potentially. Certainly as we exit COVID-19, there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of concerns about the ability to repay the forbearance of those rents. And certainly landlords and tenants alike are going to have those concerns. So it's going to require a tremendous amount of outreach and education to both parties. The department can look at what this would look like in order to formulate a program that would address what this motion or the proposed amending motion would address. And we'd work closely with the city attorney's office as well from their standpoint as well. So not to bring them into the fold, but certainly it's a two-pronged approach. The HSID is on the front end, the education outreach, and at some point there is going to be that referral process as well. The extent of the percentage that will be referred, we don't know yet, but certainly we can provide some cursory level analysis and be prepared to provide that next week in council.
Okay, Mr. Cedillo, do you have any further questions?
I was very clear that I want this, and now you've heard from HSID. I want to be very clear that I want this to be incorporated into the ordinance. Let me tell you, a couple experiences guide this for me. Both my experience at SEIU, where we would oftentimes not wait for Superior Court, but actually be able to negotiate, mediate the problems we had with the employer. And also during the time I worked for SAU, I worked at the Los Angeles Civil Service Commission. And that created a series of forums for disgruntled workers, discharged workers, to bring their causes of action before these hearing officers within the Los Angeles County Civil Service Commission. This was prior to them having to wait to go to Superior Court. Superior Court would take years. These matters could get adjudicated promptly, and in many instances could be adjudicated once there was a proffer of the claims, and the evidence could get immediately adjudicated. These workers deserve that, and were able to find the justice and resolution that they deserve. I would suggest that we would like to have this working with HSID within this ordinance, so that this is a first step that's optioned by the tenants, and that the tenants would have the choice to choose the more immediate response, or that they could pursue this private right of action. That would be their choice based on their circumstances and their situation. So that's what I'm hoping that you can construct within this ordinance. I think it's an elegant approach to the public policy in terms of designing and shaping it in a way that's very focused on solutions that are focused around the tenants, which should obviously be our first priority in this circumstance. And so if I'm not clear, I'm available for any specific points that weren't clear to you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cedillo. And the only thing I would add is I would recommend that we approve the ordinance that's before us today and get a report back from HSID on Mr. Cedillo's motion. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you very much. I hear what Mr. Cedillo is saying, and I don't think it's incompatible with this motion at all. I think this motion before us is about giving the tenants a big stick. Is that we're out there. We want to make sure that if landlords are doing something that is egregious and violates the standards that we have, and that we are trying to set up during this crisis, that there is a big stick, and a right of action is that big stick, and it applies to all the things in this ordinance, including the notice, the information notice that I was asking for in my motion, to make sure that tenants are given, every time there is an eviction action in any way, they're giving the HSID language, so that it's in clear, plain language that we all have approved and that is easy for tenants to understand. So that's why I support this item. One small thing on this item, though, I do think we probably could amend slightly, which is the 49992E. It extends the right of action not just to the actions of the landlord that are in terms of eviction, but it extends it to whether or not they meet the 15-day immediate notice, and they send out the notice within 15 days of this council passing our action. And I think that's a little unreasonable in the sense that most landlords are not as much as we like to think everyone's paying attention to everything we do, they're not hanging on our every word. And there may be a lot of folks who, you know, from an administrative perspective, maybe miss it by a day or two or something to that effect. And having the right of action with a $10,000 per violation for something that someone didn't do because they may be dealing with COVID issues or they may be out of town or whatever it is, I think is a little much. But I think I'm firmly behind the intent of this, of the overall action. And if someone is moving forward on an eviction, especially if they're not doing it appropriately, and they don't provide that HCID notice, then yeah, there should be a private action. But in terms of this tiny little piece of whether or not people realize the day that we pass this and they make that 15-day window, I think that can be our standard enforcement and doesn't need to have this higher standard. So I guess I would amend the draft ordinance to exempt section 4999 to E1 or EI.
Second.
I will second that, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great.
Very well. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I offer to second that one as well. First, the city attorney pointed out that the city has done this in some other of our ordinances, including the right of recall. I would note that the council was split on the advisability of doing it there, and some of us were concerned that we might be creating unnecessary litigation and delays for all sides. I have somewhat of the same concern. I also have all of the concerns that Gil Cedillo expressed so articulately. And I think that HCID could enforce this adequately without this right, the right of action. And I'd like to hear from HCID on whether they believe they could. I think it would limit the burdens on the court system and on landlords and even on tenants in some circumstances. And I think we need a big stick for players that are not the good players among landlords. But I think the city process could provide that big stick if it's done right. I think we really want to target the bad actors, not all landlords, in some cases inadvertently in the process. I think particularly Mr. Blumenfield made the motion that I think is the most egregious, which is someone could very easily make inadvertent errors. And the last thing we want to create is a private right of action to sue landlords for inadvertent errors that I think we absolutely can anticipate that some will make without being bad actors, and in fact, some being very good actors, but just missing one element of our ordinance. So I would be an enthusiastic supporter of that amendment, but I'd like to hear from HCID on whether we really think this private right of action is actually necessary.
Mr. Cervantes, do you want to speak to that? Mr. Cervantes, are you still there? I think he's having some technical difficulties. Hold on for just a second, Mr. Koretz. Let's try to get him back on.
Right.
Members, he's attempting to connect, so let's give him a few seconds. Mr. Koretz, I'm going to come back to you once Mr. Cervantes logs on. He's having some issues connecting, so let's give him a couple of minutes. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Bonin and come back for your questions. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, colleagues, for the discussion. I felt for a few minutes there like we went through the looking glass. I think we've come back, but the place where the conversation was going a few minutes ago made it sound as if the ordinance before us was going to do something I don't think it does. It made it sound as if the ordinance before us was making it that HSID would not have a process, but that there would only be the right of private action. And my understanding is we are creating different pathways and different things for people, not forcing them to take one, not requiring them to take one, not putting a roadblock in front of others. And the reason we're doing so is HSID should absolutely be doing everything they can, as any of our departments should be to enforce any of our rules. But I think most people outside of the building have a less sanguine view of the city's ability to enforce things than people inside the building. We have a lot of holes in our enforcement, and this is one of them. So tenants have not felt lured by the existing enforcement by the city, so they have sought to put this alternative mechanism in place, which I think is a good one. I'm wary of any people need to go through a certain HSID process before they are given the opportunity to have the right of action. I don't think we should be delaying or conditioning anybody's exercise of their rights. And the final thing I'll note is that there's been a
Mr. Bonin, we're having some connection issues with you. I'm not sure if it's only in council chambers, but if other members are having issues hearing Mr. Bonin.
Yeah, we can't hear him.
We can't hear you, Mr. Bonin. You need to repeat what you just stated.
He's frozen.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. Cervantes, who just logged back on to answer Mr. Koretz's question.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Council members, I apologize for the technical difficulties that I'm experiencing here. Normally, I don't have this issue. Creating a program like this, wherein HSID would be the enforcement arm, that is a misnomer in the fact that the City of Los Angeles as a whole, again, with legal representation from the City Attorney's Office, would be the ultimate entity. However, what HSID does is critical to addressing what is typically the majority of the cases where it's outreach and education and trying to create an agreement between the landlords and tenants so that we are addressing them on the front end, similar to what we're talking about with the creation of an eviction defense program, where we put the resources and efforts into the front end addressing the misunderstandings typically that are in place. And because there is potentially this upfront interaction, certainly the city could stave off potentially what would be considered, if you can only go to court to be able to defend yourself, that's going to create a bottleneck on that end. And I think that there's an opportunity for the city to be able to, to be able to educate landlords and tenants as to what they're responsible to do. This will require, as I mentioned in my previous comment, is that as we come out of COVID-19, we could see a tremendous escalation in that type of workload for our housing investigators. They're well versed, but it's a matter of the capacity. So we'll have to see what that workload looks like. We would be guesstimating as to what that workload could possibly be. We'd also make sure that part of creating a program like this would be creating as much public awareness, public information as possible, FAQs, doing town hall meetings like we are right now to address the crisis, anything we can to get ahead of this so that we can stave off any potential crisis or arguments or misunderstandings so that we can actually minimize the amount of cases that are going to court ultimately.
Well, and my question is it necessary to do that, period? If we have a process where we educate, we mediate, we do whatever we can to resolve things before legal action is necessary, and if we're still not able to get the landlord to do what we think they need to do, legal action can be taken by the city attorney. So other than giving some of the attorneys that like to take on these cases more opportunity, is there an actual reason why we can't set this up so that everything is resolved through our process?
Well, I think there's certainly always a need, Councilman, for additional education. And I think that the approach to give tenants the ability for a right of action, we think that would be probably the more egregious cases. So I think that from just a cost-benefit analysis, rather than spending, if you will, $100, $150 per hour on an attorney versus spending it $50 per hour for a housing investigator, and those are just made-up numbers. But I think that you can address a lot of that on the front end. That does not mean, Councilman, that we're not going to have cases that go to court, either through private, nonprofit law firms representing tenants, or perhaps even the city. What this motion would do would just provide another part of the conveyor belt to be able to address a lot of potentially just misunderstandings, so that we don't have to have such a bottleneck and or a huge wave of cases go into court when they could have been perhaps solved more easily just through HCID or the City of Los Angeles through a series of interviews and reviewing documentation to be able to address those concerns.
Is there at least a way to create this process so that that attempt has to be made first and the tenant doesn't go right to litigation?
Well, we could never, and this is more of a Dave Michelson question, but there was nothing precluding the tenants to go right to court. I mean, that's their prerogative. This ordinance, as currently proposed, would give tenants that right to do so. What we're suggesting, or what this proposed motion is suggesting, is that we give these tenants the resources through HCID to be able to negotiate or have a dialogue between the landlords and tenants to see if there's a means by which that we can address that in the front end before having to see the courtroom. So it's just adding an extra, if you will, concierge service to be able to try to address that in the front end. Because again, if you had every single dispute between landlord and tenant end up in court, that's going to be bottlenecking the court system, whereas perhaps we can address a lot of it in the front end. I'm kind of saying the same thing, Councilman, in the fact that it's really, we're trying to minimize the overall impact, both from a contentious standpoint between landlords and tenants, but also to alleviate potentially having the courts completely overrun by these cases.
Yeah, I think we're largely on the same wavelength, so thank you.
Right.
Mr. Bonin, are you with us? Are you able
I am back,
Okay.
both physically and spiritually. I understand I was
much better
cut off
connection.
just as I was saying, this is my final point. So I will make the final point. Thank you. My final point was I wanted to caution us against what I think is a tendency in some of our discussions regarding tenants issues to express a concern about doing a piece of legislation because, after all, there's only a few bad landlords. And then also expressing a concern about doing something based on a potential bad apple among tenants. We tend sometimes in our dialogue to apply a blanket of virtue to one group and a blanket of vice to the other. And I think we need to be sensitive to how we frame that. Is we're talking about systemic issues here, a systemic system, well, that's redundant, a system that does not work to protect people's rights, and we are trying to afford them an extra opportunity to exercise and protect those rights. And I think it's worth noting that we do that not just with tenants, but we've done it with some of the tenant lawyers. And I just think it's worth pointing out that some of those tenant lawyers that we were just concerned might look to frivolous lawsuits are exactly among the group of people that Mayor Garcetti and Mr. Fewer announced yesterday are part of a new coalition of attorneys who will provide free legal services to residents facing hardship because of coronavirus. We have called upon some of these people to do work on behalf of people in the city, and I think it's worth recognizing that too. Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Back in the day when I was a deputy for my predecessor, I would take calls from tenants who had been threatened by unscrupulous landlords, or I would get calls from Inquilinos Unidos, whom I worked with on a regular basis for the better part of 10 years, who would invite me to tour a building that they were involved in helping the tenants resolve issues, ranging from little or no maintenance of the building to punitive approaches by unscrupulous landlords. And what I would often do just as a deputy on behalf of my predecessor is that I would call up the landlord or property owner myself, either bring them into the office or go meet with them on site and say, you need to lay off because your tenants have rights and I stand with them. And what that would do almost virtually every single time that I was involved in any of these cases is it would provide an immediate resolution for the tenants. So they stopped worrying about a hostile landlord, and it ushered in a standard of behavior. And more often than not, it resolved situations that gave peace of mind to the tenants and expectations that the landlord would abide by city laws. Now, most of my deputies in my neighborhoods that I represent as the elected do the exact same thing. And referring back to what Mr. Cedillo talked about as far as immediate resolution, I have found in my experience, and I was a renter most of my life, that what renters want is they want to stay in their homes and they want an immediate resolution free from worry, free from punitive action from an unscrupulous landlord. Now, this is a small universe of property owners, and I recognize that. Most landlords have relationships with their tenants, and relationships are built on either side of that equation so that people can live in peace and harmony. Now, this has never been more important than now, with massive job losses, up to about 50% roughly in the economy, and with all of the protections that this council has approved, which are exemplary across the state, especially in relation to COVID-19, and the fact that evictions are not lawful in the city of Los Angeles once a tenant lets a landlord know that they cannot make rent due to COVID-19. That's good. So I just want to give input into this conversation. I look very forward to a report in terms of HSID, and I think most people are going to want some sort of administrative cure before it goes into the legal realm. And we all know that the courts are going to just be jammed anyway because of what this unprecedented pandemic has brought. So where there are unscrupulous behaviors by some landlords, we should absolutely give power to tenants of the landlords who are unscrupulous and will not back off and will not follow city law and the city ordinance as it relates to COVID-19 and the emergency declaration and state law. So I hope that in this conversation, with whatever we approve, we can talk about an immediate resolution, which is oftentimes an administrative action where an agreement is brokered and a standard is set in that relationship between a tenant and a landlord. And then if that doesn't work, then of course a right of action. So that's just where I am on this. We want tenants to feel safe and secure in their homes. That's what they deserve, and that's what we can all contribute to with whatever we do.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. So again, thank you, Councilman Bonin, for bringing up the mayor's. I read that recently about his legal consultation to help people who are experiencing troubles, who are being affected by COVID-19. I think as a city, this body, our mayor, we're doing everything we can to try to help as many people as possible. And that's exactly what, we should be doing and taking every opportunity. And that's why I'm asking this body to, if we can just take a step back. There's no difference between today or next week. The courts aren't accepting these anyways right now. And just to be thoughtful and taking a look at all of our options and taking a look at HSID. Will there be in order for more enforcement, do they need a fee increase? To an opportunity to reach out to all the different parties that may be involved and affected by this. And so I'm a little confused on whether we're moving forward with my amendment or Councilman Cedillo's, if they're different in any way. I know that the intent is the same, but I ask that you support our amendments.
Mr. Michelson?
Thank you, Council President Martinez. David Michelson. Just a couple of quick observations I want to mention. Number one, based on Rushmore Cervantes's response a few minutes ago, and based on our sort of understanding of the situation, there probably are not enough boots on the ground within the city family to provide the overall level of enforcement that might actually be necessary, and that's why the private right of action is another good tool in the toolbox. It's not necessary for a tenant to file a lawsuit, clearly, but it's provided as an option. Again, another tool in that toolbox. I will also just mention briefly my second thought here. Of the many city ordinances that currently provide private right of action, a good example for an analogy might be the city's citywide minimum wage ordinance. The citywide minimum wage ordinance provides a private right of action opportunity separate apart from the city's Office of Wage Standards efforts to enforce the law as well. And it's my understanding there has not been a significant number of private actions, lawsuits brought by workers who have not been paid the minimum wage as they were supposed to be paid, but that opportunity exists to those workers to, in essence, protect themselves and to use that tool in the toolbox. So I just wanted to put that out there with a final thought. In the minimum wage ordinance, citywide minimum wage ordinance, there is a civil penalty of $120 a day that's provided.
Mr. Michelson,
and this ordinance,
is there any difference between having it passed today or passed next week? Is there a reason that we can't wait 1 week?
Sure, that's a fair question, and my response would be the following. As I mentioned before, there are a number of important provisions in this draft ordinance, one of which is to prevent those few landlords who maybe are out there trying to inappropriately persuade tenants to hand over the tenants' government relief funds that may otherwise be coming to those tenants. Also, the Councilmember Blumenfield effort that we've, I think, expanded upon here in this ordinance that provides the requirement for a landlord to use an HSID prepared notice. A notice similar to what I'm holding up in my hand that our office has helped develop with HSID that makes sure that consistent information about the protections afforded in this ordinance are provided and not misleading information that potentially is provided when landlords are allowed to craft their own notice. Again, most landlords are working hard to do the right thing. We're talking about those minority of landlords who are not providing the protections that they should be providing. And if they're allowed to do their own notices and not use the HCID provided notice, the one that we've already helped craft here in our office, the potential for misinformation to continue to take place is quite prevalent. In addition to this draft ordinance requiring that every time a landlord during this emergency period tries to start forth on the eviction process, like a 3-day notice to quit, that HCID notice must be provided by the landlord as well. So delaying action on the ordinance today, while it is certainly the prerogative of this body, means that these protections will not be moving forward today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Michelson. Then I ask if we can then bifurcate, those two actions from each other. If we just take 49.99.7 out, is there any reason for that? If we bifurcate that one piece out and have a report back from HCID to next week, so that we can add all these, important other measures that you just mentioned.
Dave Michelson, the draft ordinance before you today has a number of pieces that are important, and if what your suggestion is, Councilmember Lee, can the draft ordinance proceed today, but with removing the, for instance, private right of action, that may not be so easy to do because it's somewhat intertwined with, for instance, the definition of endeavor to evict. But if it's the will of the body to try to somehow break this apart, that's something we can attempt to do, but I think it's going to be difficult.
Okay, there's Mr. Cedillo?
Unmute me. Thank you. Madam President, thank you very much. Let me come back to HCID. I agree with them absolutely. Tenants deserve a concierge service. If anybody in the city deserves it, it's tenants. But let me also suggest that tenants deserve those services and responses as soon as possible. But Mr. Michelson, can you tell me how long it'll take us to get before a Superior Court judge to enforce these actions and these claims?
Dave Michelson with City Attorney. I would answer it in the following context. The mere sort of opportunity for a tenant to bring forth a private right of action, which includes the potential for civil penalties from $1 to $10,000. It's up to the judge. And if it's someone who is elderly and or disabled, it's an additional up to $5,000 civil penalty. That is a deterrent. That is a deterrent that is built into this ordinance that might cause a landlord. I'm sorry, Councilman?
I'm looking for a measure, not for a date or a number.
So
I understand the deterrence. I know you have a lot of faith in that. I know Mr. Bonin and I have this conversation a lot about our faith in the courts and the power of the law, but that's not the question that I asked you, sir.
So knowing that the courts are, many of them in significant ways, not fully operational, obviously, because of the pandemic, and it's not clear when they will become operational, let alone the backlog, it is impossible to sort of give any sort of accurate answers to when a case may actually proceed through the court system and ultimately be adjudicated by a court, whether that's measured in multiple months or more than a year. It's impossible to say.
Okay. So we don't know. Okay, thank you for that. Let me, Madam Chair, then suggest again as I was. Here's what we do know. We have a human civil rights ordinance in place. We have a commitment on behalf of this city initiated by former President Wesson. Currently, this initiative being led by Caprice Maddox, the appointee of the mayor, to design an administrative process for tenants or for people who feel that their rights have been violated, that this is being set up currently. It's imminent. It's going to be set up. We don't know when, but sooner than months. We know that all I'm suggesting is that we take advantage of that and incorporate that into this ordinance so that tenants then have an ability to have their concerns raised. Mr. Michelson said we don't even know when. It could be months or a year or beyond that. I think tenants deserve more than that. And I'm suggesting that by incorporating this and to address the concern, I know Mr. Bonin raised this concern, this would be at the tenant's option, not a requirement, but an optional choice for the tenant. So the tenants can decide, well, let me see, I've got this grievance. I have a new private right of action. It just passed. Now, let me see if I can exercise that. According to Mr. Michelson, that will take months or years. Or the city has also set up a process for me that I can go to take my grievance and it can be adjudicated there within the system of the city. I suggest that Mr. Michelson, that he has the capacity to incorporate this into the ordinance, that we move forward with that, including the private right to action.
Dave Michelson, City Attorney. Councilmember Cedillo, do you have actual language you would like us to consider and try to put in? If you have actual language, we certainly would consider it. Tough to do here on, right here at the table, but that would be my question, I guess, back to you.
No, those are our instructions to you, sir. This is your job to construct that. We have these entities in place, and so I have confidence in you and the City Attorney's Office to construct this ordinance with that language, designing that option for tenant's option.
So we would, Dave Michelson again, certainly, and I mentioned this earlier, certainly our office, the City Attorney's Office, in working with HCID and supporting HCID, would be pleased to try to come back with yet another amended ordinance that provides that yet additional tool in the toolbox you're looking for that might require additional resources for HCID, new administrative review process, I don't know, but we're certainly in our office prepared to work very quickly with HCID, and if that additional tool is out there, we'll pop it into an amended ordinance and bring it right forth to you, your council. But meanwhile, the suggestion might be, let this move forward and allow these important changes to proceed. It is the prerogative of your council, clearly, and we will do as you like, but that certainly would be one way forward.
Mr. Lee?
So, thank you, everybody. I mean, maybe just to, clear up some of the confusion, why don't we bifurcate out the right of action, 49.99, I believe 7 it is. I mean, in the city attorney's report, I mean, it states that the current law tenants an affirmative to unlawful actions that violate the law's protection. There are very, very important measures in here that the council president has put forth, additional measures to protect renters' protections. So why don't we just simply take that one section that we're all debating out, just bifurcate that one piece out. We can pass the rest, and then we can have that one piece come back next week with a report from HCID. That would be my motion to bifurcate to take out section 49.997, private right of action for residential tenants out. Tenants can already have lawful action available to them. We take this out for 1 week. We pass all the other and very important measures that our council president has put forth before us today. And that will be my motion to you in front of you today. And I ask for an aye vote for that.
And a second for your motion?
Okay, motion fails. Members, I'm going to ask for a quick recess so that we can put the amending motions that were brought forward and we can come back and vote on this item. Thank
Madam
you.
President, I believe Councilman Cedillo was.
Mr.
I'm happy
Cedillo
to second that as a courtesy so that we can have this discussion. But Madam President, frankly, I think a recess is appropriate.
So I didn't hear you second that when he mentioned it, so you're seconding it now?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. All right, so we will go ahead and take a 10-minute recess and come back and vote on this item. Thank you. We're back from our recess. Would you please call the roll?
Blumenfield. Mr. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin here.
Buscaino.
Here.
Cedillo. Mr. Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Harris Dawson, present.
Weezer.
Here.
Koretz. Krikorian. Oh, recused. Lee.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
O'Farrell.
In the people's house.
Price recused. Rodriguez. Rue.
Here.
Wesson.
Wesson is here.
And back up to Mr. Cedillo.
Yes.
Thank you. 13 members, Madam President.
Okay, Mr. Lee. We're back on item number 1. I'm sorry, item number 3. It's been a long day. I apologize. We're on item number 3. Mr. Lee.
Madam President, I'd like to rescind all my amending motions and ask that landlords have 15 days to cure before private right of action.
That's a friendly amendment, sir. I will go ahead and accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo.
Trying to unmute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, Madam President, let me, with Mr. Lee removing his amendments, let me suggest that we bifurcate, that we proceed both with the friendly and with your motion to create the private right of action, that we proceed today. Mr. Michelson has given me an understanding of the meaning of this, and so that we go forward with that today, and that then we ask for a report back that helps us create a more substantive amendment once we get the time to sit with both HCID and the city attorney, more substantive amendment that can help us create a more immediate right of action for tenants, that one that comes within the framework of our administrative system. As I indicated earlier, we have our human and civil rights ordinance in our department. This may be a home for that, and so that we can create, working with HCID, a forum, besides the Superior Court, forum for tenants at their choice to find a more immediate remedy within an administrative system set up by the City of Los Angeles.
Okay, I will go ahead and accept that as a friendly amendment as well. Are there any other members on the queue? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on this item as amended.
Wait, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Blumenfield?
We did have the other amendment that was never voted on. It was a small one, but the amendment to draft ordinance to exempt 49.99.2E subsection I that dealt with the 15-day notice.
Yes, that is correct. That's where we're going to move on to the clerk so she can call the roll.
Oh, I thought you were doing the whole thing. Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
President?
Yes, Mr. Bonin?
Can I ask what the practical impact of the Blumenfield amendment is?
Yeah, I'm happy to mention it again if you like.
Yeah, please. I got the citation reference. Just what impact does it have?
Madam Speaker, or President, may I go address the issue?
Go ahead.
Please.
Okay. So it basically says for the right of action, the one which was intended for the bad actors and when folks are sending out notices about evictions and those kinds of things, that should be subject to a right of action. But for the very limited case of when, in our statute, we say that you have to send out the HCID document within 15 days. And most landlords are not hanging on our every word. We want that to be enforced with HCID to make sure that gets out. But for many landlords who have no intention of evicting, are not dealing with their own COVID issues, that one little thing shouldn't be subject to the private right of action, the $10,000 per mistake, because it really is an administrative action. If you're trying to evict someone, you have to have the HCID notice, and that would be subject to the right of action. But for this administrative piece, which is upon our passage of this legislation, they have 15 days to send that out. And if they miss it by a day, we could have major class action lawsuits. And it really is a ministerial function.
Are we striking the time altogether, or changing?
No, we're not striking the time. We're only saying that you still have to do it. That is still the law.
Got it.
It's just that one provision would not be a private right of action like the more serious things. That would be subject to all the usual HCID enforcement and everything else, but that just seems like we're asking for a lot of litigation on something that is ministerial.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. Madam Clerk, back to you.
Yes, so the first vote will be on the amending motion just made by Mr. Blumenfield, seconded by Martinez and Koretz. Mr. Blumenfield.
Aye.
Bonin.
Aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Huizar.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian recused. Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Okay.
Price recused. Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Aye.
13 ayes, this amending motion passes.
Okay, what's next, Madam Clerk?
And the next vote is on this ordinance as amended by the Blumenfield motion. This is the final vote on the item. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Is I happy?
Harris Dawson, yes.
Huizar.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian recused. Lee. Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Thank you. Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price recused. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, this item is adopted as amended.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what is next?
And for clarification, item 3, this ordinance is adopted as amended by the friendly amendments and by Mr. Blumenfield's motion.
What's before us now?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Okay, posted and referred.
Bobby Vega.
Are there any announcements, members? If not, I can move on to adjourning motions.
Looks like Mr. Rushmore has something, Madam President.
Mr.
Oh, I think he's waving at the camera.
Hold on for just a second. Mr. Rue, do you have an announcement, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do have an announcement. I just wanted to recognize that today is National Nurses Appreciation Day. And obviously, there's nothing else that needs to be said and done because we need our nurses more than ever. And last year we did pass a resolution and we held a presentation in the council chambers with Assembly Member Lorena Gonzalez and the many local nurses in inside City Hall. But this year, because of the coronavirus, we have to stay apart, and we need to help our nurses because our nurses and our healthcare workers are working in the front line to flatten the curve. And I know many members have already, and I know especially you, Council President, you've been visiting all the hospitals in your district as well. And even before today, ever since coronavirus started, everyone has been supporting our healthcare workers, our frontline workers, our nurses in particular, with food, with masks and everything, which is great. And today, I was able to deliver some breakfast and lunch to one of our local hospitals here. But while I was there, I was a little disturbed because I ran into our very own nurses, the California Nurses Association, who was organizing because they had questions about the lack of protective gear, of PPEs. So, and they were giving me stories on the ground how that they were not afforded all the PPEs that they need, which was very disturbing to hear. And I know we're getting so much conflicting information all over, and I know all of our the health departments and the governor and our mayor are acquiring more PPEs as we speak, but this is something that was very alarming. I did hear, working with other organizations and friends that I know, like for example, the Gorilla Mask Movement, who have spouses who are frontline workers, nurses, doctors, who also have similar experiences of not having access to PPEs. So I will be introducing a motion next week to get a better picture of what is going on the ground, working with the folks on the ground, and in particular our nurses, to see exactly what it is and what the bottlenecks are, because we've got to make sure that our front care, our front care healthcare workers, and in particular our nurses, are protected and safe, because they are risking their lives every day. But today is National Nurses Day, and I know it shouldn't just be today, but everyone is banding together to say thank you to our nurses. So I just wanted to let everyone know that today's National Nurses Appreciation Day. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Mr. Cedillo?
Let me concur in the call to support nurses. Every day should be Nurses Day. As you know, I was an organizer of nurses for the County of Los Angeles, and they led a very heroic and historical strike in 1991. We should do all that we can. They're the frontline fighters for us right now. Without them, we would not be able to move forward in terms of our collective efforts to protect the health of our community, of our districts. My district today, which has been focused on going out to serve our communities during this particular crisis, spent the day serving meals throughout all our clinics. I want to thank you, Madam President, because of the example you set last week in reaching out to nurses. It's not just the big organizations like Kaiser, et cetera, but it's also all our small neighborhood clinics, all our small doctors' offices, where the nurses play a very critical role in our working class communities. So thank you for your leadership on that. And thank you, Mr. Wu, for pointing out that nurses make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Any other announcements, members? Okay, let's move on to adjourning motions. Mr. O'Farrell?
Yes, Madam President, thank you so much. It is with a very heavy heart, and it's very bittersweet since today is National Nurses Day. And I actually have an adjourning motion for a nurse at Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center that we lost because of COVID-19. Celia Lardizabal Marcos was trained as a nurse in her home country of the Philippines. She migrated to the United States in 2001 and settled in Los Angeles. In 2004, she became a telemetry charge nurse at Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center in the 13th District as a specialist who tracks patients' vital signs using high-tech equipment. On April 3rd, Celia was one of 3 nurses who responded after a suspected COVID-19 patient went into cardiac arrest. Wearing a surgical mask, she intubated the patient. Celia reportedly started feeling sick 3 days after treating the patient, but did not tell her eldest son until April 11th, when he initiated a video call on Facebook Messenger to check in on her. The symptoms Celia relayed included a headache, body aches, and difficulty breathing. her symptoms worsened and she was admitted to the hospital on April 15th. Celia relied on a ventilator to help her breathe after she developed pneumonia. And tragically, on April 17th, she went into cardiac arrest and passed that night at the age of 61. Celia's positive result for COVID-19 came the day after her death. Her one underlying medical condition was hypertension, which is considered a high risk factor for severe illness. Celia is the first fatality for the SEIU 121 RN, which has 9,000 registered nurse members in Southern California. Her sons remember their mother for her generosity and how she put the well-being of others first. Whenever she traveled to her hometown of Tagudin in the Philippines, Celia showered the family with gifts and took a delight in planning weekend outings for everyone. Once travel restrictions are lifted, her sons plan to honor her wishes and to hold a memorial service in her hometown of Tagudin, Ilocos Sur in the Philippines. She'll be buried alongside her parents. Celia, who would have celebrated her birthday this May, is survived by her sons, Donald Marcos and John Marcos, one grandchild, and her partner, Tony Velasco. She's also greatly missed by her colleagues at Hollywood Presbyterian, her union sisters and brothers of SEIU Local 121, and her friends and family in her hometown of Tagudin in the Philippines. Celia Lardizabal Marcos is a real person who had real family members who lived a life in Los Angeles that improved everyone else's life around her because of her profession and her selflessness. And she sacrificed everything as a result, including her own health and herself. And this really puts a face and a person to this pandemic. And on this National Nurses Day, I think we owe a debt of gratitude to all of our medical personnel who sacrifice daily to save people's lives and help us all live better. And I'm just so very terribly sorry for her family and all those friends and colleagues at Hollywood Presbyterian who will miss her and her contributions. She was a real hero and an angel in our city of angels, and may she rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Farrell. Members, are there any other adjourning motions? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Bonin? Mr. Bonin? Do you have a verbal motion to introduce?
A very short one. I move that, subject to approval of the mayor, the city council authorize the controller's office to transfer $102,280 from the Venice Area Surplus Real Property Trust Fund, number 434, to the Recreation and Parks Fund, number 302, Department number 89, a PPR account number 270K, General Capital for maintenance of equipment at Venice Beach.
Second.
Second.
Okay, who moved to second?
Harris Dawson, second.
Mr. Harris Dawson? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and that was a request for Rule 16, Madam President.
Very well. Got it.
Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo? Are you introducing?
Yes, adjourning motion.
Oh.
On May 1st, 2020, Bobby Verdugo, one of the icons of the Chicano movement, one of the star characters that you'll see in the HBO movie Walkout, passed away. He was from Lincoln Heights. His parents were leaders in the Lincoln Heights community, both in coaching. His dad, his mom, with the Boy Scout troops. And so it was no doubt that he would become one of the leaders within the young people who walked out, who were there with Sal Castro. He went on to go to UCLA, but responsibility took him to employment before he could finish. He worked at the Montebello Transit District, worked with Fernie Rivera there, but then returned at the age of 40 back to Cal State LA, got a degree in social work, founded organizations like Con los Padres, National Compadres Network. He was focused on youth and their development and their responsibilities, did a significant amount of work with at-risk youth, and also was an annual spokesperson at the Chicano Latino Youth Project. He was asked throughout the nation to go, in fact, throughout the world, to go and speak about Chicanos, their plight, their station in life. In Kentucky, he spoke frequently at the Latino Leadership and College Experience Camp, and there is a building named after him and his spouse. He was a real character, very charismatic, thoughtful, loved karaoke, loved his family. He had his biological children, but to the Chicano youth of this state and this nation, he was considered one of their icons and heroes, and we will miss him dearly during this time period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Any other adjourning motions, members? Seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.